officiated by His Grace, the Archbishop of Uganda, the Most Reverend Dr. Samuel Kazimba Mugaru, to mark the beginning of the Lent period in the Christian calendar. That is tomorrow, 5th March 2025, starting at 12:30 p.m. in the conference hall. You're all invited, and it's not only Anglicans, also Catholics, also Muslims. It's blessings when we have His grace here. It's always a blessing. We should all go there to welcome Him as we continue at Camp for Plenary. Then in the evening, the Parliamentary Catholic Chaplaincy will have also Ash Wednesday Mass tomorrow, 5th March at 5 p.m. in Conference Hall, led by the Bishop of Rugazi Diocese, His Lordship Christopher Kakoza. You're also invited. Honorable colleagues, on a sad note, I regret to inform you of the passing of the father of Honorable Agnes Tucker, the woman MP Bujiri. The late Wandera passed on Thursday, 27 February 2025. He will be laid to rest in Namayemba Town Council, Bujiri District, on Thursday, 6 March. I request that we observe a moment of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable colleagues, I received your congratulatory messages on my election as the president of ACP-EU's Parliamentary Assembly. I only promise that I'll make you proud. I want in a special way to thank the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament who nominated me. Without her nomination, I wouldn't have made it. And also His Excellency the President, who gave me the clearance and support which was necessary, because we ran a campaign. Sometimes I use the principle of my son, before it's completed, don't announce it. Okay, that's how we ran that campaign. Reached out each and every delegate, and in the end, you know, so you better consult me on how to campaign. And I will establish a campaign agency. But Honorable Cooper knew what was going on. But what was very, very important also, Honorable colleagues, is this is the organization that meant a lot to two very critical people in this parliament. The late Right Honorable Jacob Bolanya and the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwai. The late Bolanya dedicated his life to this organization so much, to the extent that most of the drafted documents and agreements, now we have transitioned from the Cotonou Agreement to the Samoa Agreement, that will be coordinating all these funds you see and support that come from the EU is under that arrangement. And then we are going to be having very strong engagements on issues to do with trade. We want non-tariff barriers removed for our goods to be entering the European Union. We want these issues like now Uganda being on the grey list for money laundering, yet we have already cleared with FATF. We have met all the requirements that are required, but Uganda, Jamaica, Panama, and Barbados are still on the list, and yet we cleared. So we are pushing. I met the Deputy President of the EU Parliament. I met a few commissioners in the EU. I hope we are going to have it sorted, because now it's with the EU Parliament. And now we are having very strong connections with the EU Parliament on which we can base to sort some of these issues. We shall be pushing on issues of climate change. Our colleagues in Caribbean and Pacific have been strongly affected, but also Africa, because we have had cyclones in Malawi, in Mozambique, parts of Southern Africa are getting affected, and you can see this drought that we are having here, the heat wave. All these are issues of climate change. So these are pertinent issues that we are going to be handling, but the most relevant one for our population here now with the EUDR European Union regulations on deforestation, where they are saying our coffee, our tea, our cocoa, all those products, if they have been planted in an area that had trees from 2020, then they won't be able to enter the European Union. We are saying that even when you're fighting climate change, promoting climate change, you must do it in a sustainable way and in a fair and just way. So whereas we support efforts, we need to see a way of meeting of minds. We don't end up suffocating people from poor families, from poor countries. So we are going to be having very, very hard negotiations, and luckily enough, some of you will be joining us in that spirit to deliver for the country, for the continent, and the world. So I want to thank you, honorable colleagues, for the support. Yes, Honorable Musasizi, Honorable Minister, on my communication.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the rest of the world and this Parliament to congratulate you upon your recent achievement and thank you for making Uganda proud. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a small clarification. Uganda was cleared from the grey list in February last year by FATF, but the EU has a different arrangement called the black list. Our expectation was that having been cleared by FATF grey list, we would automatically be cleared from the EU grey list. But this has not happened, although we are optimistic. So I want to thank you for picking it up. What I wanted to clarify is that it is not the grey list, because the grey list we are not there, it is the EU black list. In the EU jurisdiction, grey list is for tax purposes, but for money laundering, they call it black list. So, and this is what we are fighting to get out from. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that clarification. Yes. Honourable Babiku.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I join the rest in congratulating you. You have consistently made us proud. May God continue to bless you. Under your communication, you have talked about climate change. Right Honourable Speaker, one of the ways of fighting against the effects of climate change is to sustain the good practices that we have. Therefore, I take this opportunity to inform you and the House that the directive you made in this House for the Committee on Natural Resources to go to the field, specifically in Adjumani, on issues of Zoka forest, to date has not been implemented. And more distractions are ongoing. And people believe that we are not serious, because if directives are not implemented, then where will their hopes be? So my request is that your implementation get enforced so that the common people feel what we are here for. Thank you so much.
Thank you. But the chairman of Committee on Natural Resources told me they are going end of month. I don't know what has happened, and he has not updated me. So I'm going to follow up. Because you see, that issue of Zoka forest is a very, very critical issue. And for us, we are not about issues of who is fighting for what. No, the issue is protection of the forest. That's what we are looking at. So I'm going to thank you for that reminder. After here, I'm going to cross-check with the chairman Committee on Natural Resources to ensure the team goes on ground. Bitek, Okot.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. jointly and severally, as members of this House, congratulate you for having achieved on a global stage. But Right Honourable Speaker, and the people who sit on government side, you are one of our greatest export to the world. But you did not come from an abstract. We nurtured you in the Forum for Democratic Change. If we did not nurture you, and we condone the treatment that is being given to the members who sit on this side of the House, as we're seeing in Kawempe, we shall not have the legs of you to export outside. May it please the people who sit on the government side, in reaction to your speech, that they should give a great environment that could usher in persons of your stature from this side, so that we can have people to export to the world out. Thank you very much.
My colleague will always find a way. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Honorable. Yes. Honorable Song, wait a bit. Just let me allow Chair, Committee on Climate Change.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, I want to also take this opportunity to congratulate you for assuming the presidency of the EU, of the ACP. This is a very important achievement for us in Uganda and also Africa. This will come with opportunities and challenges. I will want to focus much on the challenges that you can use in this position so that we can have a benefit for as a continent, but also as a ACP countries. Number one is the issue of natural resources exploitation. There are companies that are coming from some of the EU countries and they are operating in Africa. As a result of that, they are causing conflict in some of the ethnic communities, whether in Democratic Republic of Congo, in Cameroon, especially in Bamenda region, in Somalia, Central African Republic, Chad, and so on. So this issue must be addressed at the ACP-EU or under the Samoa Agreement, because it is bringing human rights issues where women and children are getting displaced and even killed. That issue must be addressed. Another issue is on the trade. Terms of trade must be favorable for us to trade with the EU and ACP countries. Let me go to the issue of carbon trade. In the EU, they are selling a ton of carbon at 100 euro. But here in Africa, they are buying a ton at $12. This is the same product. So we need that kind of negotiation. Worse still, in Africa or Uganda, the average landholder holding is about 2 acres. Now, if I decide to plant 1 acre and put it under trees to absorb carbon dioxide, you should pay me good money so that I can use that money to go for off-farm income generating activity. Otherwise, if the trees are ready for timber, I will cut them and then they will stop absorbing the carbon dioxide. So we need to negotiate favorably so that our smallholder farmers can be able to benefit. On the deforestation law, yes, they are saying if you have cut trees to plant coffee here, you will not be able to sell that coffee in the EU. That is a global call. But also behind that is most of the EU countries also benefited. They are the ones who caused climate change globally here. So why don't they pay for that compensation for the countries like Africa, where the average greenhouse gas emission is only 4%, and Uganda is only producing greenhouse gases to about 0.06%. So the one way of doing that is to cancel our debts so that we can start at par. I think those are some of the issues you need to push. Finally, the Council of Ministers. In the EU, the Council of Ministers are very powerful, and they make decisions. Some time back, they made a decision to remove the president who was democratically elected in Egypt. President Morsi was removed, and yet he was democratically elected. Now, this Council of Ministers, they should be able to, under this Samoa agreement, they should be able to weigh their decisions on Africa, on women and children, and also on human rights in general in Africa. So we congratulate you. We know that those challenges can be addressed under your presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, today we have an order paper which I want us to go back to. I'm usually uncomfortable sitting here presiding over you, appreciating me. You know, when I'm conflicted. I know we appreciate each other, and this is our achievement as a house. If we had been a house that is not valued, you know, you can't come out one and you say, I shine alone and the rest are not shining. No, it's because of the collective decisions that we make here and how we represent our people. So I really want to appreciate you, but I should just comment a little. Honorable, these are issues that we are going to be looking at strongly because some countries, we've not moved very, very quickly. For example, the issue of the Economic Partnership Agreement, I hope Uganda can finalize it with the EU so that we unlock the potential that we are having with the EU. To me, the EU is the #1 trading partner. To me, we say UAE, but the gold, how much tax are we getting from gold, for example? How many Ugandans are benefiting from gold? So EU, where around 70% of our coffee is going, you know, that's a very, very critical market that is helping people down on the ground. And we've registered a trade surplus. I think now, I think we're already in around 150 million euro trade surplus, and we are doing extremely very well. The tourism, they are really, really big on tourism, but at continental level, we have to look at issues of intra-Africa trade, intra-Africa travel. We have to look at how we can work on the AFCTA to ensure that indeed we start moving in the right direction. But we also stop the divide and rule, which we usually face on the continent, especially with some countries signing agreements on critical minerals. Countries like Angola, countries, I think even Rwanda has signed. There are countries like Malawi. We negotiate at a regional level, at a continental level. The moment we have that strength of numbers, you know, and the strength of ideas, and I mean, we can't fail to benefit that much. So I'm looking at us, one, benefiting from the Economic Partnership Agreement that we are going to be having. We had hoped to have it at regional level of the East African community, but we failed. Kenya signed theirs and moved ahead. SADC, they signed. They're having one under SADC. Then we have the Sustainable Investment Facilitation Agreement. I hope they can open it up to our regions here. So we are going to do a lot together. And through parliamentary diplomacy. Now this is very critical because someone can say, but now this is the work of foreign affairs. No, there is parliamentary diplomacy. Whatever foreign affairs does, a very good example, Honourable Minister on the blacklist, Honourable Minister for Finance. The European Commission agreed that Uganda should be removed because there are 6 countries: UAE, Gibraltar, Uganda, Jamaica, Panama, and Barbados. 4 have fulfilled the requirements, apart from UAE and Gibraltar. But when you go into politics, the geopolitics of Europe, if Gibraltar doesn't sort its issues with Spain, then they can never get off that list. So if we remain under that resolution, we will never be cleared as a country. And investors from Europe are finding challenges when you talk to some of them. So what we've done, because the EU Commission submitted Parliament refused, said no, we want a resolution of all the 6. Now who can best get to members of Parliament in Europe? It's us. Honorable Cooper will give you a list of 50 of them right away because they are our colleagues. So now, as a parliament and as an institution, we are going to petition our colleagues in the European Parliament to clear Uganda. So that's how parliamentary diplomacy works. It complements state diplomacy. We don't compete with the state, we only complement. And the direction we go with is the direction of the sitting government. Then we complement and see how best we can support. I'm sorry, I want us to go back on the agenda. Honorable Leader of Opposition, acting. I have the acting Leader of Opposition, if we could. Under what rule? Rule 8? Okay. Procedure under Rule 8. And honorable colleagues, now on procedure, when I say under what rule, you refer to a rule, I would expect your submission to be in line with that rule.
Right, Honorable
when we gazette the rules.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, honorable numbers.
Rule 8 provides for situations that are not provided for.
Not questions, honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I want to raise is that 2 of your MPs, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable numbers, just let me first make it clear. Rule 8 provides for procedure not provided for, not questions. Kindly.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the matter I'm going to raise, I've been trying to look for it under our rules, and it was not provided for, and I thought that under Rule 8, Right, Honorable Speaker, you have general powers on issues that are not specifically provided for under our rules of procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker, 2 of your MPs, that is Honorable Mwadanku Nyenji of Chadondo East, and the Honorable Derek Nyeko of Machindye, are being held Right, Honorable Speaker, since yesterday. Right, Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was part of a public meeting in the by-election campaigns of Kawempe North, Right, Honorable Speaker, as a member of NUP. In that meeting, Mr. Speaker, I was with Honorable Abdallah Chwanka, who was dressed in a red attire, Right, Honorable Speaker. Soon after the meeting, Right, Honorable Speaker, Right, Honorable Abdallah Chwanka was arrested, and eventually he was released on bond. And when I read the police form, the bond form, the offense that was provided for on that bond form was that he had been charged of an offense related to a uniform. And the Right, Honorable Speaker, even the 2 MPs now who are being held by police were also arrested in similar circumstances, Right, Honorable Speaker. The procedural matter I want to raise, Right, Honorable Speaker, because you are charged with the welfare of your MPs, and of course, what happens to our MPs, even in some circumstances, also happen to our constituents, Right, Honorable Speaker. And I don't know, as a well procedure, if the government has informed this House, all authority, all under any written law, that a red attire is now a uniform of a certain organization or a board of government that is supposed to be held in a preserve for them, and once you are arrested, dressed in it, you are aligned before court, or you are held for several hours in detention. Some people have been beaten. Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise this because these are people who should be here representing their constituents. But now they are being held by police just because they were found putting on a red attire. To my understanding, and the best of my understanding, the uniform of the National Unity Platform Party. Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker. And I want you to guide us, Mr. Speaker, that maybe you would call here the minister in charge of the defense to educate the country through this House on what constitutes a uniform of UPDF, so that we can also tell our people and also update ourselves as members of Parliament so that we don't break the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You raised the matter to do with our members, so I decided to be lenient Yeah, and indeed I found can be in line with the rules. Rule 78(1)(a) on no privilege, on point of privilege. So it would, but now I hadn't gotten that information. I'm sorry, I've been off on for some time. I don't know on the side of government. Does anyone know the status of the matter as of now? Yeah, please, Rob. If one from the government side can question.
Thank you,
what's
Mr.
the
Speaker.
status?
I also want to congratulate you on the achievement you got. And when I meet you along the roads, don't fear me calling you President, sir, with that achievement. And our Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Tek and the Honorable Namboze. With all the achievements, our faces outside where we are getting achievements, we are looking ugly. And that one deters attraction of tourists and good reception by other countries. What is happening in Kawempe is very disturbing. And Mr. Speaker, there is no reason, even if you go to let members, we meet together, those of NRM and us in the opposition. We talk as friends. And we have been meeting on the road as they go for their campaigns, also go for our campaigns. But arresting members, first beating them, you take them for no sufficient cause is not proper. The biggest question here, Mr. Speaker, is the Electoral Commission still in control of these elections, by election. The fourth arm is beaten left and right. Yesterday, I saw a video where the policeman, the judge, was asking the fourth arm, the fourth arm to remove what they had recorded. Why do you come to attack people? Why do you arrest members when you have covered your faces? It is factual that if you're a policeman or you're a soldier and you hide your face, that means you are fearing to show your face. And what you are doing is illegal. Mr. Speaker, I think we want to ask Electoral Commission to prevail over the by-election in Kawempe. If so, that we don't need this by-election, they can stop them and declare somebody other than killing innocent citizens. Women are not supposed to be arrested by men at any cost. Women are supposed to be arrested by women. And Mr. Speaker, what is challenging? These people giving up when they see soldiers. They raise their hands. In the military law, once someone puts his hands up, you just arrest and take other than beating them. So, Mr. Speaker, my last prayer is, are we, as Electoral Commission, just be in the control of these elections? Because whenever elections become very rowdy and they have, because I'm so happy with the NRM candidate, she's also complaining about the same. We are competing with National Unity Platform. We are competing with FDC. But why do you beat these people you are competing with? It makes us look ugly. And Mr. Speaker, my prayer is, can we know from ministry? Last week, Honorable Hart was sitting in as the government prime minister. He promised to go and see a journalist who is losing his eyes because of the work he was doing under the law. Under the law. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what Honorable Numbers have stated and the Honorable Bitex is very pertinent, plus what I'm saying. And the other Ugandans. Yesterday, I arrested about 26 with the MPs. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I looked at Mugabe when he was the president of Ghana, 39 years. Whenever members of the opposition were rioting with the members of parliament, police would arrest them without beating them. They say, oh, now, this, please, can you go and you do this? But what is happening here? Nobody. We have the Anti-Torture Act. But torture.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Saungu. You know, some of the things I see and I ask myself, what's wrong? Who provoked this? And sometimes, I think these are people who even are against the state. I don't think, like that journalist whom I saw being operated in the eye, I don't think the person who did it loves his government. Because they are destroying the image of the government. Some overzealous people. I really ask myself, what would provoke you to get a journalist and you hit them? I saw pictures which my eyes couldn't tolerate. And so, Honorable Bahat, are you? Let's first get response. I will allow you, but as Honorable Bahat comes, Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of students and lecturers from Bishop Stewart University in Mbara District. They are represented by Honorable Mwinempaka Ramirama and Honorable Atkwasa Rita. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me, Honorable colleagues, in welcoming them. You can stand up for recognition. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we also have a delegation of leaders of Chiboga Women's Circle from Chiboga District. They are represented by Honorable Kaya Christine, Honorable Kefa Kiwanuka, and Honorable Mutumba Abdul. They've also come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Bahati, Acting Government Chief Whip.
Madam, Mr. Speaker, I want first of all congratulate you upon assuming that presidency of ACP-EU, and also to say that the commitment you have made before this House that you will follow up on some of the issues using parliamentary diplomacy is a commitment that government supports, and particularly on the issues of trade. We have two issues that we have been engaged in with the European Union. One is one of the rules that you have outlined referring to deforestation. It is true that we should protect the environment, and also this new rule that requires us to register the farmers of coffee so that we ensure that they are not planting areas where there has been deforestation is a welcome idea, because it reinforces also traceability on the side of EU and climate change initiatives. But we would also like you to promote the point of us, European Union, allowing value addition, importing coffee that has already been added on value. Because as we speak, we export coffee which has no value, and then it's processed in Italy and re-exported in Uganda. So we are suggesting to them that let's don't import coffee that has not that does not have value addition, and therefore that should be one of the issues that you should help government to achieve. But the trade between Europe and Africa is growing, and therefore we expect that the organization will also help us. On the issue of violence in elections, last week, Mr. Speaker, you are not here. We committed, first and foremost, we sent our sympathies and apologies for what happened to the journalists. And today I was speaking to the members of the family together with the MP for Wakiso. And from here, I'm also going there to check on them on behalf of government. We stated last week that there is no state-sponsored violence in these elections, that the state has not sanctioned this, and people who are doing it, harming people in elections, should be brought to book. And we requested the Minister of Internal Affairs to follow up on this issue. So we are doing what we can as government to ensure that people enjoy the freedom ushered in by the National Resistance Movement. They elect their leaders in a free environment, and therefore we shall continue to guard against this violence so that people can elect their leaders in a free and fair environment. This is our commitment, and the Minister of Internal Affairs will come to this House and update the House on what is happening. Thank you. On the issue of uniform, the honorable member has requested that the Minister for Defense should come and clarify, but also we are making a proposal on the UPDF Amendment Act. And I think that will be another opportunity to clarify what kind of uniform we are talking about. You have requested some communication from government. At the moment, as we said last week, at the moment, And I think we sort of agreed on this, Mr. Speaker, as a House, that when a member is raising some issues and you get the facts, and then government receive the facts, we should look into them so that we have a proper response to this. The facts that Honorable Numbers are raising and allegations should be looked into and then attended to. That's a commitment we can give at this particular moment. Thank you.
Honorable Bahat, when do you think we could have this statement? Because I know all the submissions will be expounding on the complaints. You know? So when do you think we can have this?
Thursday this week.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Honorable colleagues, can I request that we wait for Thursday? They bring a statement, and then we give it time. Okay? Honorable Cooper, it will be more helpful. Once you have a statement, okay, it becomes, it's a new issue, Honorable Cooper?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thought this would have come to an end. This is not the first time we are holding the by-elections. When we lost our colleague, the late Bishop Okabe, you remember we had a by-election in Serere, where we ended up returning his son here. I was with Honorable Amero Susan in the campaign. I was arrested. I spent a night in the police cells from 4 a.m. up to 4 a.m. Up to date, I have not seen any charge. No one has given an explanation. And I thought, someone would make an explanation. These matters were raised, but nothing. No response. I hope on Thursday, when the minister is coming, he will be able to provide an explanation as to what was the reason for my arrest. But I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Speaker, for those who reached out to me. Electoral Commission tried at that time in vain. I could not get out. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think this should really stop. This really must stop. We were picked from a church where we're giving the appointment letters to the agents. And Honorable Echero there knows. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is something which spoils the name, not just the name of the government, but the name of the country. And when we travel, what do we expect us when we ask this question? But because we love our country, we are forced to defend our country. But when it comes to this, it's painful when it happens. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Cooper, you want people to come here to explain what happened to you. You want them to complete investigations and take you back. Eh? I think yourself and your investigation is still going on. Eh? They might declare they are completed and then tomorrow you're taken. Eh? But it should be, we should have a general explanation just beyond Kawempe. Because this is what I saw for the journalists. It looked really ugly. It looked ugly. Honorable Commissioner, give a chance to the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the President. Of course, of the ACP, because if I simply call you President, then it could be...
Always learn to qualify your statements.
Yeah, sure.
You don't go.
Yes, Mr. President, sir, and Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not trying to impeach your guidance on the statement of Thursday, but I think we are leaders in this country, and we should be well educated as to where we are. And I saw my very honorable brother, the Honorable Bahat, very constrained to no end, to trying to hazard an explanation. Right Honorable Speaker, from the last election, those who committed crimes against citizens have never been brought to book, including the gentleman who shot a journalist, Kasirye Ashraf. He's well known, well documented. Kasirye is exiled in the US. The gentleman who shot him was promoted. So we have to speak to ourselves probably put a big mirror in our faces and agree as to what we are dealing with, I am very sure the minister will come and make the usual statements. The Kawempe by-election is a rehearsal of hard times ahead of us. And I pray I will be around, Right Honourable Speaker, to remind this House and the honourable members acquainting with violence and state violence, that it will not help anybody. So whatever comes on Thursday, there's no rational explanation as to the presence of the military in a by-election. Right Honourable Speaker, I pray that if we maintain UPDF representation in Parliament, we amend the law, and the army votes their MPs from whatever they are in their barracks, and then we see the kind of democracy they exercise. So there's an explanation, and I want to invite this House, Honourable Speaker, with your guidance, that the commitment should not just be about the minister. We need to understand as a people what we are dealing with. We are dealing with an electoral commission that is disempowered. They can do nothing. My brother here, Okupa, could be frog-marched. You'll be frog-marched. You'll be beaten. You'll be disabled. The pretense must stop. If we are intentional on building a democracy, we must speak to what we are dealing with. If you don't want elections, do away with them and rule by martial law. So there's no pretense about statements. It's simply illegality, it's simply impunity, it's been incubated, it's been accepted, and people think it's the norm. As long as you have power, you are powerful, you can get away with murder. People have gotten away with murder. In fact, murder rewards with promotion. National Speaker, you ordered for the minister to come and make a statement on missing Ugandans. The days passed. It's normal. So what about beating some heads in Kawempe out of their wits? You know, break a few skulls and the day passes. It's become normal. And the House of Parliament, they're supposed to be the firewall of the country, is looking on and lamenting. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I am not waiting for the Thursday statement because I know it's business as usual. They will look at you. In fact, they think they will even sneer at the Speaker. The Speaker will do nothing unless all of us, from both sides of the aisle, say, stop this, this is our country. We shall have ourselves to blame, I'm afraid. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, this would fit into the debate of Thursday when the statement comes. Let's first get it. Yeah, because you see, our Rule 8 on anticipation doesn't allow me to say a minister is going to bring a statement which doesn't satisfy. No, we should first receive the statement, we look at it, and honourable colleagues, there was a mention of our two colleagues who are arrested, who are in jail. So I'm going to follow up immediate after here to know their status, and then tomorrow I will update you. Okay, colleagues, we really have another paper to go to. Honourable Christine Kaya, matters of national importance. I'm sorry, I know, but let's go back on schedule.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for hosting our women from Chivoga Women's Circle, a circle of over 600 women covering the entire district. Thank you for hosting them. Right Honourable Speaker, I have a matter of national importance. I, in November, sat with the Association of taxi drivers, and they cited a challenge with motor vehicles called drones, Toyota drones, especially from Japan, that these vehicles brake a lot. Their electrification has challenges. Their ventilation is problematic. The breakdowns are too much. They need a lot of repairs and maintenance. Their fuel consumption is very high. And so the members are like, we used to earn and thrive our households on taxi driving, which is no longer the case. And they are requesting that whoever are allowed these types of vehicles to come into this business. Should we help them? Because we are after helping our people and from what they do. Right, Honorable Speaker, the taxi...
Prayers, Honorable?
Yes, so the prayers are here. That government helps recover the business of taxi driving by putting a halt on importation of these vehicles, because the taxi drivers no longer earn from their business. They are requesting for the other prayer is to import alternatives of similar vehicles. Right, Honorable Speaker, is a serious challenge, and I sat with the taxi associations, 2 of them, and they're like members of Parliament, help us. They look very nice, but when...
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, this is a very critical question, a very critical issue. I only allowed it under national importance because a colleague had her people here. But this is a question which I usually want to go to the Prime Minister so that they prepare a substantive kind of answer. But I'm seeing a Minister for Works here. I see a Minister in charge of standards here. I don't know what you can say about that. Who allows the vehicles? No, on matters of national importance, we don't allow supplementary.
Honorable Speaker, under Rule 78, first of all, Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. I'm one of the members who has been, when I was a youth MP, we are participating and attending those ACP-EU meetings. And at your age, now the President, we are proud of you, especially having the old address of Najana Kumbi. Honorable Speaker, I also saw you recently in the field with the President, following up PDM. Honorable Speaker, it is a pity and pain that while now we are in the 5th year...
Honorable, I respect your OB.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are in the 5th year of PDM, and you are with the President. The President was in the East, in the West. I saw you visiting, and farmers were their body language. But it is a pity, Honorable Speaker, that my parish, as in a parish, about 120 parishes in this country have not received PDM. This matter was raised to the Minister of Finance. This matter was raised to the Prime Minister. This matter was raised to the President. The President directed the Minister of Finance, local government, and the Prime Minister to ensure that the 120 parishes in Toro County North and Toro District, there are 27, and other parts of the country, that these parishes should be given their PDM. Honorable Speaker, we are coming to the end. How do you expect Ekanya Joffrey being here and you, Right Honorable Speaker, visiting others? And then we have 120 parishes not receiving PDM in the 5th year. Even one of them is where the Minister of Finance comes from, in Kabale there. What is happening, Right Honorable Speaker? I'm seeking for your indulgence to ensure that the directive and the resolution of this Parliament, where we appropriated money, these parishes receive their money. I'm seeking for your indulgence.
Thank you. Now, the Honorable Ekanya, my senior brother, he started by diverting me and thanking me and ensuring. Of course, when someone has thanked you very much, now you lose the appetite of putting him to order. So don't compromise me next time, Honorable Colin. Okay? Don't stop compromising the presiding officer. Because we wanted an answer on the issue of the cars. I needed the ministers. And then after, Minister for Local Government should tell us on the PDM, the parishes that have not received.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must say we are aware of the matter, but this one came in when we banned the bringing the country of the old cars. And I must assure the honorable colleague, to buy a car which you want to use for transport is by choice. We have many forms of cars which you can buy. And the problem with this specific car we have, for it, once it has got a mechanical problem, you must fix it as soon as possible because it has some form of electrical transmission it uses. But the problem is our tax people, they are the old model vehicles. When it has a mechanical problem, the person can proceed and do business, add his own mechanical issues because of money, at the end of the day causes accident. But this one, we recommend it is very good. Once it has any mechanical problem, it will force you to go back to the garages. So I must assure my honorable colleague that maybe I will contact you to give you other forms of vehicles which those people can buy to use on the roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think, Honorable Byamukama, on top of that, it would be important for you to meet the tax operators. And you pass on this information to them. Because now the feeling they are having is that these vehicles have issues, have technical issues, they are substandard, so you need to reassure them that they meet the standards. In other countries, they are doing well, and you explain. I think it will be much more helpful. Isn't it, Honourable Minister?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. For her case, since the special request, I will get in touch with her to go and engage the drivers that side, show them the available options of the vehicles they can use, including runs from Kira Motors, and also to advise them on how they can effectively use these taxis so that they be safe, because also still with them in the country, and also we advise them to remain in the business when they have the knowledge on how to operate them. Thank you.
Honorable, under what rule procedure? Under what rule? Rule? No, honorable colleagues, please. Let's. Honorable, you see, but honorable, is it related to this? Because I don't want us to reopen this issue.
Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me also to congratulate you for that elevation, but also we hope that you can now push for an EU ACP trade agreement and not hiding, certain values which we don't believe in those trade values. So we have a lot of hope in you. As Africans, as you take over that seat, please take note of that. And congratulations from the friends of Africa, from the US and the UK. I bring their congratulations to you. Right Honorable Speaker, the ministers of Transport, Works and Transport have not been here for some time. And Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware that we had issues around the intelligent vehicle tracking system. And when we passed the report, when we passed and allowed them to proceed with this new number plates, the instruction was that they would come and update the house at least after every 6 months. We have been seeing media reports that the vehicle number plates, the car trackers that we had hoped would track the vehicles, is actually not doing what we had hoped. And this information has been in the media. So, Right Honorable Speaker, since the ministers are here, would it not be procedural right for you to direct them to bring a report as directed when we are passing the report to this House? How are we performing, Right Honorable Speaker? And we are going into the budgeting process, Right Honorable Speaker. Some of the monies that are supposed to fund the road fund have actually are actually going to go to yes, they are actually going to go to the investor who has invested in this number plate system. So, Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be right that the ministers bring a statement as to how we are performing and the progress made so far before we get into the budgeting process, so that we can know what to do, whether to abandon and start afresh with some other company or proceed. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Works, I think Tuesday, because this was a commitment made.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Through you, if you guide and give us special order paper, we shall provide a comprehensive statement on the performance of our digital number plates. But however, my dear honorable colleague, I would like to say we haven't received any formal complaint in regard to what you are saying that the digital number plates are not working.
Thank you.
Social media, people can choose to communicate whatever they wish, but right now, Speaker, we shall bring a statement to inform the House on how we are progressing. Well, thank you.
On Tuesday, but there was also a strong statement which was made that of late you're not here as the Minister of Works. I've not presided over the House for the last 3 weeks, so I don't know whether you have been attending. So that record is an indictment that would need to be just no. About what numbers now?
Mr. Speaker, the last time I raised the matter here concerning the Kampala Ginger Road and the interim measures to do with the problem on that road, a real crisis. Under your instruction, Mr. Speaker, you ordered the Minister of Transport to come here and tell this House what they are doing.
Thank you.
It's now weeks after they have not returned, and now they are undertaking to bring other statements instead, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I've told you several times. These are colleagues. I don't order colleagues. Please, I don't direct and I don't order. These are colleagues. We talk, and most of them have always responded positively. So, Honorable Echeru, you want me to order?
Right, Honorable, first of all, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and I want to thank my colleague Fred for ably handling the transport question. Right, Honorable and colleagues, we are 3 in the ministry, and we have agreed with our senior colleague that say, like, when General Katumba is here, my humble self and Fred should be doing some field work. When I'm here, Fred and General Katumba should be doing some field work, and so on and so forth.
Now 2 of you are here.
Yes,
how do
I'm coming. I am coming. Now today, I happen to be coming to check on my little pension, and then I thought I should come and reinforce my colleague.
So you're here by accident?
It's really my colleague. It's really my colleague who is handling the docket today. So for my colleague, Opendi, I know of course Opendi would have wanted me to compare notes with her outside here, which is not a good thing. But
no, but she has said you have not been here of late, and you have not answered. You've only explained about your rota. We are here last week.
We are here. We are here.
Last week, were you here?
Yes, right.
Okay.
General Katumba was here, and when he's here, there's me and Fred, we can do other things.
Ginger Road, when can we get an update on
Ginger Road? Right, Honorable, there are a few things that we are sorting out, and we don't want to bring a half-baked report here.
No, the issue of it being motorable, okay, not the construction. What are you doing to make it motorable? Interim measures.
We have a company which we have not paid, Right Honorable, for a bit of time. They have certificates that we haven't made good. We are in touch with the Minister of Finance, and in the next few days, there will be some resources released that used to come through UNRWA. It is now coming to, this House was very kind to change the vote from the former UNRWA to now the ministry. But the actualization of the cash is now just in the process. The moment that is done, we are going to sort out these contractors, and work will resume in Ginger up to Madeira.
So update us next week, Honorable. Let's keep in touch, okay? Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Briefly, I join my colleagues to congratulate you. The potential you exhibited is a benefit to all of us. Congratulations. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the country has 594 parishes that have received PDM money to date. But 594, pay attention. But the Electoral Commission has 717,000. 123 parishes have not yet received PDM because they are not coded. And the reason they are not coded is they are not created by the Ministry of Local Government, approved by Parliament. The mistake came, as I explained last week, this matter was here once again, when Electoral Commission demarcates areas to ease the election distance. Members take advantage thinking that these are already government-approved parishes, which is not true. So because they are not coded, they don't have an instruction of operation generated by the mandated Ministry of Local Government. They are not forwarded to the Ministry of Finance for funding. However, now that elections are going to take place, these have also been earmarked for elections, and now they will become official, get coded after getting an instruction from the ministry, and finance will respect them. And
now, honorable colleagues, I think this is an issue we need to look into deeply. I have 2 parishes of that kind in my constituency. I took trouble to engage with the Minister of Local Government, Minister of Finance, and even Electoral Commission, and I found these were parishes which the district passed in the resolution when they were creating a sub-county, but they were not included in the instrument of the minister. So down on the ground, people know there are parishes. But on this other side, there are no parishes. They are not gazetted. And with the ruling of Honorable Kwizera, you remember, you cannot create administrative units in the middle of a term. So I went, I'm giving my experience, I went, I met my people, I explained to them that you are going to start getting parish model money in 2026 after you have been gazetted, voted, leaders elected, okay? And the situation normalized. That's how I handled mine. And of course, they know I wouldn't be lying to them. They understood. So the issue would be, when was this parish created? Huh?
Right, Honorable Speaker, you are correct on one aspect, that some of these parishes were created by the district council when the Electoral Commission was doing the demarcation. In my case, and in some of them, elections were done in the last election cycle. The only omission, which the minister said, the minister refused to capture it on the Gazette. But we have councillors paid by government, recognized. We have parish chiefs paid by government in some of these parishes. So this
even me, I have parish chiefs.
Yes, so you have parish chiefs, you have councillors.
They said.
So, Right Honourable Speaker, my proposal that this matter should be referred to the Committee of Local Government to look through it and bring for us a report here.
No, honourable colleagues, that will be long. I think what we can do, honourable colleagues, I think let the minister present a statement on these parishes. Okay? Let the minister present a statement on these parishes, explaining how they were created, when they were created, and we see if there are those which qualify before we go back to the committee. Okay? Honourable Minister?
Most obliged, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, this can be even ready for Thursday, because it should be, or even tomorrow.
Give me up to next week, Right Honourable Speaker, on Tuesday. Yes.
So
I
Tuesday.
want to promise what I can fulfill. Thank you, Right
Honourable
Honourable
Minister, Tuesday, okay? Honourable Minister for Finance, I hope you don't reopen this.
Mr. Speaker, we are not reopening. However, as the Minister has said, for PDM purposes, the parishes we know in our records are 10,594 parishes. These exclude the cases of like the 2 you have in your constituency, And also it is true, in my district there is one parish. However, Mr. Speaker, we are the Ministry of Finance. We don't want any Ugandan to miss an opportunity to access parish development model. And what we done? We have advised the accounting officers in the district that these parishes, before they were created, these were villages from a parish. For instance, in my district, the original parish is Kagarama, with 11 villages which were divided into 2. And what we have done, we have said we are sending 100 million to this original parish. And it is still the people in the villages which were annexed to another parishes, which became part of another parish, are also still part of the original, and they are gaining, they are benefiting from PDM. I therefore encourage colleagues to work with their cows to ensure that these people go back to their original parishes for PDM purposes and they benefit accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sir Maureen. Let's wait for the statement, Honorable colleagues. Honorable Sir Maureen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues in congratulating you on behalf of Arua City. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. The matter that I have before this August House has been there. Now that we are heading towards the elections, the people of Aivuni in Aiv West, that is in Arua City, they have been for such a long time pleaded with the government. The contractors of Ministry of Energy, when they went to install high electric voltage poles in Arua City, the contractors went off board. They went deep down in people's land, yet were informed where the pole lands, you are not supposed to do any cultivation or any development. Now, most of the land that is owned by our people is customary, and they are small in sizes. My people are wondering, how can it be possible that these poles are installed deep down in their lands as per the agreed, surveyed places for installation? The Ministry of Energy should come in to correct whatever mess they caused there. Otherwise, it has become a problem for us, the leaders. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that the ministry should go down there in Arua City. Let them go and realign whatever poles, because we are told those poles have radiation effects on people. That means health-wise can affect them. I'm talking about high electric voltage poles, not just ordinary poles. So I request the minister to meet the leadership of Arua City and such they can sort this before we go for campaigns. Otherwise, we are killing the votes of His Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you. I request the government chief whip to arrange a meeting between the Minister of Energy and MPs from Arua City. Thank you. Honorable Hassan Chirumira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also raise on a matter of national importance regarding a hailstorm that ravaged Bombo Town Council and Nyimbwa Sub-County in Luero District. Yesterday, on the 3rd of February, there was a heavy downpour that ravaged a number of facilities and households in Bombo Town Council and in Nyimbwa. 6 schools have been destroyed: Bombo Secondary School, Bombo Umeya Primary School, Nkoko Njeru Islamic Primary School, Bombo High School, Oshanam, St. Mary's Secondary School, and Namaliga Secondary School. Honorable Speaker, the community has a market, popularly called Nkokonjeru, and that market in Namaliga has been destroyed with the roof taken off by the heavy rains. Honorable Speaker, the magnitude of the damage is a big one. At Bombo Secondary School, the boys' hostels, the entire roof was swept off, and the students have no accommodation at all. The computer lab was also destroyed by a falling tree. Teachers' houses were also destroyed. As we speak now, teachers have nowhere to stay. At the primary school, 5 classrooms have been destroyed. Today morning, I also went to Lukore, at Lukole SS. The entire building, the roof was swept off. Honorable Speaker, our community is in dire need of government support. We are well aware that in 2018, the President passed a directive to refurbish Bombo SS. And the people of Bombo believe this hailstorm is in response to the fact that there is some delays in terms of actualizing the presidential directive. And these are our prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, for the Prime Minister's office and the Line Ministry to get on the ground and ascertain the extent of damage caused by the rains. 2, for the Prime Minister's office and Minister of Disaster to extend iron sheets, timber and nails to repair the ravaged classrooms, and also extend to Lukole SS iron sheets, timber and nails to repair the classrooms of that particular school. Provide tents, and this is a critical and Right Honorable Speaker, provide tents and tarpaulin to provide temporary accommodation for the students who do not have hostels. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, to provide blankets and mosquito nets to the learners who do not have anything, including provision of books. Some of them lost all their educational materials, uniforms, books, textbooks, and everything. And for the wider community of Bombo and Nyimba, Right Honorable Speaker, many people's homes have been destroyed. As we speak now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Minister for Disaster Preparedness. Honorable Chirume, hadn't you concluded on? Yeah, but you're taking longer, I don't know.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We moved around Bombo Town Council and Nyimbwa. Our people are homeless. Most of them do not even have food. So we pray that the Prime Minister extend some food to them to help them go through this very difficult period. Allow me lay pictures of those different schools that were destroyed, and the letter from the cow of Luero explaining the extent of the damage. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to confirm.
You give the documents to the clerk. You don't just pass on that side.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to confirm that it's true that my colleague, the issues he raised are true. And this morning, I sent a team of technical people to go on ground and ascertain the magnitude of the damage. However, Right Honorable Speaker, some of the prayers are not going to be handled by the ministry. But what we have done as a ministry, we are collaborating with Red Cross and UNICEF to provide a temporary shelter to the schools that are affected, so the students who are there can find where to take refuge. Secondly, we will be organizing some iron sheets to deliver
to the affected schools. Timbers and nails are not provided by the ministry, so this will not be possible. And food, we will be able to provide food as well, depending on the quantity that we have in the stores, because the population affected is quite big. So I would like to request my colleague to come to office, and we can sit down and draw a clear strategy on how we can support the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Naruima.
Thank
Honorable colleagues, we don't have much time. Rob?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to have our records correct. I am very delighted by the Minister, the assurance he has given to this honorable member. But asking a member of Parliament to pick those items, procedurally it is the cow. I don't know. Could you be guided? And who would give him transport? That's what I wanted to know, Mr. Speaker. Because we have had such challenges here.
The Minister wants to clarify her statement.
Let me just clarify. I didn't mention that. The procedure for any item to be delivered to the affected people is dependent on the report from the cow. And these items are delivered to the district headquarters and received by the cow at the district, not an individual member of Parliament or anybody. We don't even allow you transport, because the Office of the Prime Minister has got a transportation to your destinations.
I think the problem with Honorable Seungu was the invitation of his member to your office without his permission. Yes, Honorable Narima, that was on a light note, I'm sure.
Thank you so much.
Switch on, switch on.
Right Honorable Speaker, before I commence, I join several Ugandans to congratulate you upon this new role of President of OSCPS. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter concerns compensation for the affected widows and several other people from Busse Islands. Right Honorable Speaker, as I visited the island over the weekend, I met several widows. And these widows, they became so because several of their husbands were killed by wild animals, especially hippos on Lake Victoria. Right Honorable Speaker, the widows narrated to me, and together with the chairperson of Busse sub-county, that they went ahead to seek for compensation for Uganda Wildlife Authority because the numbers affected were over 100. When they went ahead to seek for compensation from the Uganda Wildlife Authority, now they had to be asked for requirements, and these requirements included death certificates. When they went to NERA to ask for the death certificates, now NERA could only issue certificates, but the cause of the death could only include natural death, and this could not attract compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, given such scenarios whereby over 36 certificates had been processed, but now compensation could not proceed, could we have the following, and these are my prayers. Can the widows be aided, together with other people, be aided to have compensation in time so that they can be financially supported? And two, can we have NERA review its system so that its database provides for compensation for eventualities which include the human-wildlife conflict deaths, such that later on, when they can process the death certificate, it does not only have to provide for natural deaths, they can be provided for such occurrence. I beg to pray.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Tourism. How can these people be helped?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want to join my colleagues in congratulating you upon attaining that important leadership position. Indeed, it's true. Whereas some individuals were compensated in Busse Island by Uganda Wildlife Authority, there are also a number of claims that were rejected as a result of lack of complete documents. And like the Honorable has said, what was submitted were nearer death certificates that either only show natural or unknown as causes of death. Usually what we need is a post-mortem report or a medical report plus a police report to support a claim for compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, I've picked interest in the matter. I'm going to help my colleague and communicate to the affected families so that proper documentation is submitted for compensation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, maybe Honourable Minister, take note. People who die of such, scenarios are people from poor families, from, people who don't know about postmortem. You visited my village down in Queen Elizabeth. Tell me you would ask a person about postmortem, okay, who has been killed by an elephant. Or what? Yeah, they won't even afford processing a postmortem. So why don't you make it easy? Why don't you rely on your police? You have your own, bodies. Why don't you? Honorable Tinkasim, if I say from Honorable Tinkasim.
Now we have to say congratulations, Mr. President. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the point I want to raise is that the Honorable Minister and this government should know the level at which the people they are leading are at. Because I can state that 70% of our people, when their persons die, none of them go for postmortem. Secondly, they even have a negative attitude towards the postmortem. That it includes dehumanizing their person. They know that carrying out a postmortem, you have to open, and to open a dead person in the village is something they cannot tolerate. They will see you as a cannibal, as somebody who is terrible. So, what Honorable is raising, they have the security system on the ground. The GISOs, they have the DISOs, they have the RDCs, who can actually confirm that these people were killed by wild animals. And sometimes they eat all of them. For instance, if you are attacked by a lion, will the lion even leave a bone? They scatter the bones in the national park for hyenas. For this case, the hippos, they consume you completely. And you are asking the ordinary person to provide a postmortem. Honorable Minister, you can do better. This Honorable Minister can do better. Follow it up with your officers and help our people. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I think this was for nothing. You said you're going to see how best can be helped. Honorable colleagues, I wanted by 3 to have finished, my target is by 3 to have finished matters of national importance so that we go on the green agenda. Let me get one more whom I had registered, Honorable Adrico Yovan, and we conclude with matters of national importance.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues to also congratulate you on behalf of people of our constituency, Arua District. Right Honorable Speaker, I have one matters of national importance. Ala River connecting Obaro, Ombokoro, Nirivu, village in Ajia, sub-county, Vora County, Arua District. Ala River burst and it connects Obaro, Ombaro, Nirivu, Ajia, sub-county, which also cut off Health Center Ferry and the Ajia Market, also Ajia sub-county. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is responsible ministries should kindly consider visiting the area for the assessment and intervene in this matter. Honorable Speaker, I beg submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I will consult the honourable colleague to be specific. Is this on the national road or district road? If it's national road, we shall send our team on ground. If it's a district road, then we shall work together with the Darua district team to guide them on how to quickly intervene on the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. Next item. Let's stand over item number 3. We will go to item number 4.
Item number 4 on the order paper, statement by Minister on the status of settlement of terminal benefits and severance pay of former employees of the public entities affected by the government policy on rationalization.
Now, Minister for Public Service, I can see it's a huge statement. Okay? I think what you do, just give us a snapshot on the issue of settlement of terminal benefits and severance pay of former employees. Okay? Because I saw it's highly detailed. And then after, because of its size and all that, the importance I attached it, we can send it to the committee for proper processing, and it summarizes and recommends it to the House. Honourable Minister, or if I find, it can be for noting. I'll see.
Right Honourable Speaker, let me also join my colleagues to congratulate you upon that very wonderful achievement, but also to say that I am really confident about the pledge which you made here of following up these issues which are pertinent to our country and our region. Congratulations indeed. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Odur Jonathan of Verute County raised this issue and concern about the delays in paying terminal benefits to former employees of affected government agencies by RAPEX. Now, in line with what you have recommended, and because we would like also to save time, let me go straight to what so far has been done to pay those affected individuals. The introduction, as you can see, is there. That one, I think.
What is it? It's on your iPad.
It's there.
It's there on your iPad. It's on your colleagues.
It's over there. It's over there. And certainly we can definitely follow it. But I would like to request that we go to paragraph 4. Specifically, that talks about the status of payment of terminal benefits. In other words, what has been paid and what is pending. That is on page 14. Right Honourable Speaker, 411, funds amounting to Uganda shillings 29.606 billion were provided to the relevant line ministries in Q1 of this financial year to cater for gratuity, pension, and severance packages for the affected staff under their jurisdiction. And those staff whose bills had been passed by Parliament and assented to. The Ministry of Public Service has also requested the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to provide the remaining funds amounting to Uganda shillings 85.916 billion, including 61.3 billion for UNRWA in this financial year, to the line ministries to cater for gratuity, pension and severance packages for the affected staff under their jurisdiction, whose bills were also passed by Parliament under Batch 2, and they have been assented to. As I was coming in, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm glad to announce that the Minister of Finance has actually complied with this and issued a circular letter to that effect. Therefore, what has been pending is actually going to be covered shortly. It's going to be covered shortly. And now, you're also aware, honourable members, that Parliament authorized the transfer of funds from the various votes where these agencies were to now their new places of votes, and this was also very, very well executed by the Minister of Finance and by Parliament. So, Right Honourable Speaker, as we talk now, yes, the worry and concern that has been registered and was registered by Honourable Dur is something which is likely to go away very soon now that the funds are available and the transfers have been effected.
So nobody has been paid yet?
No.
Even absorption, nobody has been.
Of course, there's still a few challenges that were actually expected. That is the streamlining of some of the sticky issues, even when we pass these laws. And this process is going on very well, being undertaken by the Minister of Public Service and the concerned agencies in order really, sir, to achieve the intended purpose of streamlining, of efficiency, and of making sure that the transfer is as seamless as possible. Right Honourable Speaker, with that submission, I beg to stop here and to say that really the matter is under control. The money that was not yet there has now been released by the Minister of Finance, and everything is going to move smoothly. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I don't know whether this is a matter which Honourable Nathan Byanyima, Honourable Guzoli.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not surprised that the same minister who came here and convinced the House that things would move smoothly, and he still insists the word seamless. It is not seamless. People are suffering. You did this thing with bad intentions. We told you, go slow. Gradually, we shall reach, because we have experience. And you are the most experienced man here. This thing he did, he took a big elephant like UNRWA, put it in the midst of works. As we talk now, we don't have any grader on Ugandan roads. Each station of the Uganda UNRWA, there is only a station manager and a secretary. So no work done. Imagine now when it starts raining, like some you have heard from some areas, what will happen to this country? I appeal to the minister, you cannot keep somebody for December, no salary, January, no salary, February, no salary. We are talking of money being transferred. Why did you do that? What was the hurry for? Because these members of parliament really are suffering currently without roads, including you, Mr. Speaker. There was no point, for example, to move things at a very fast pace when we don't have money to back up. We supported you wholeheartedly, but with a lot of pain. Now we are suffering. People are abusing us as members of parliament. Roads are very bad. Can't you do something so that at least some works can be done? Remedial works can be done. Don't talk about money, really money. You did it, knowing that we don't have enough money. All of us know that our social envelope is very small. So when you take these members for a ride, Mr. Mururi Mukasa, I started to believe this one, and if we are not careful, we shall pay for your sins. I thank you.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, I really want us to have the record straight. Honorable Janima, let's have the record straight. Okay? We are accomplices in this. What the minister did was a proposal to the House. And he came here, we passed the resolution. So, really? How did the bill pass? Okay? How did the bill pass? Whether it was intimidation, whether it was coercion, you passed it. Yeah. So now, when we come here and we say, we are going to pay for sins of Honorable Mururi Mukasa, then it's like we are disowning our decision as a House. So honorable colleague, this was our decision. Let's live with its consequences. Yes? Yes, I had picked Honorable.
Madam, Mr. Speaker, you had picked
Honorable
me.
Guzuri.
And
no, Rope, you come in at the end. You see, let me first guide Honorable Seungu. Today you're a big man. You're a very big man. So just sit and relax. Then you leave the small people to keep standing up. And then I will show you how big men and women are treated.
Mr. Speaker, first I would like to join in congratulating you two, but most importantly to agree with you on the role of Parliament in accomplishing these things. I think today going forward we must reflect if we want to continue to be rubber stamping things and cry later. And the Speaker is very categorical on that. Honourable Minister, the country is disappointed with you and us as MPs because we are not able to help them in accordance with your proposal. Why do I say that? There are a number of people who should have got their pensions. There are a number of people who are demanding government arising from the proposals you brought here. We have people in hospitals, they have been working and they cannot get paid. And yet, what we are grappling with is a first call on the budget. It's a statutory obligation. So, how will Ugandans look at your future proposals? There was guarantee by the Minister of Finance that whatever you are bringing to us, there is money. So it would be important you give us clear timelines on when you are going to implement these things. People have pensions, they are not getting them. People need to be paid, but you are not clear on when we expect this money to go to them. I think as a minister responsible, you need to give proper guidance to the country. As a person, I'm not yet satisfied. I actually must declare my interest. My mom just retired and she cannot be paid. Who should she blame? And I'm facing you squarely. I need a better answer. I want to know, when are you sending this money? And when are you going to clear all of those arrears? Which...
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, now I didn't finish when I was, I think, referring to Honorable Janyima's submission. Honorable Janyima, I think we raised our fears, okay, as a House. And we got assurance from government. Okay? I think the approach should be that angle. We raised our fears when you brought these proposals. You assured us with certificates of financial implication, with everything, and our decision was based on your assurances. And you have not delivered on those assurances. Now the people are coming to us, and they are saying, what's this? So I think that's what is very, very... There's an MP, a colleague, who came and said, now you people, after this merger, the person is standing against me and is in the village saying I chased him from a job, And so he wants a job. And they are giving him mine. So I'm stuck. That's the kind of situation you're facing. Yes, Honorable Zumura, or Honorable Kota. Now, let me pick a ready. Then, not three gentlemen following each other.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Koyechenga, then Honorable Okota.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true, we have messed up by approving those bills, and so many entities were merged together. As I speak right now, so many ferries in this country are packed because of lack of fuel. Obongi ferry will be packed from tomorrow because of lack of fuel. All these ferries were given cards by UNRWA to get fuel from Total, but as UNRWA was merged with Ministry of Works, the cards were withdrawn by the ministry. Right now, we don't have fuel for these ferries to operate. And the minister is here telling us that things will work. Now from tomorrow, my people will not cross for services to Germany. And other ferries are now, they have shut them down. What are they going to do for the Ugandans, honestly? This is really not easy, but we need to work hard to ensure that these services are delivered to the Ugandans. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Honorable Kotogong.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice on congratulating you, sir. Congratulations. Right Honorable Speaker, since the RAPEX took place, most of the work stalled. For example, in the Ministry of Energy, when the REA went back to the energy, all the projects that were going on stalled. I want clarification. These people want to tell us that when they were being merged, on their accounts, there were no single coin. Where did that money go? Because if they were merged, I believe there was money that should continue doing the projects that were going on. Same with UNILA, same with the REA, same with all those entities that were merged. So we want clarification on that. Where did that money go? Thank you, Right Honorable.
So, Honorable colleague, there was an excuse that Parliament was delaying to transfer the money, and I had a battle here with Honorable Guzuri when we had a battle here on the floor, and we gave them money. You know, we cleaned our hands. The budgets were transferred to the merged entities, to the new entities. So, Honorable Kotogong, Honorable Cyrus, Honorable Eku,
Mr. Speaker and members of Parliament, I think what we do in Parliament here should actually reflect what we think about our people. Last time when we were doing RAPEX, the minister confirmed that after the rationalization, they were going to continue paying the workers. I have a very good example, Mr. Speaker. A driver working with export promotion called me, I think December last year, because they were going for Christmas and their pay was not there. They were not paid. First of all, as soon as we passed RAPEX, their services were discontinued. And also their pay was also halted. Mr. Speaker, I think we are dealing with our members who are not telling us the truth. Because we pass laws here in good faith, but at times it comes to bite on us. This example I'm giving is actually a relative of mine. He was working with export promotion. During Christmas, he could not come home. He could not feed his family. Their pay was halted. They were never paid. Mr. Speaker can imagine. A driver, up to now, is not paid. They're at home. Their children are at home. When it comes to UNRWA, they had a lot of money of the contractors. They were not paid up to today, coming to 8 trillion. Others are about to commit suicide. Others, their properties are being sold or are on auction. So I think as members of parliament, we need to think about our people. Really, we cannot allow people to render services to government, our own government, and you stay for 3 years without paying them, when they have got loans from banks and their properties are being auctioned. And for us members of parliament, we are just staying and looking at our own people. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister should come, especially for finance. And this time we should also talk to the president. I know he watches parliament online. I want to talk to him right now from parliament. It is very serious because the arrears is clocking 10 trillion. Arrears of money, 11 trillion right now. Monies of our people who have rendered services to our people, our government. Mr. President, we want to appeal to you. You are the Minister of Finance. Please pay our people.
Address the president through me.
I want to address through the speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Felix. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a group of students from the Islamic University in Uganda, female campus, Kaboja. They are represented by Honorable Medad Segona and Honorable Naruima Betty. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. I had allowed Honorable Aogon, then Honorable Ayeko.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. And I want to, first of all, defend the Minister for Public Service. It may not be popular, but I am doing it personally, not everybody's submission. When we talk about collective responsibility, that is what it means. When we pass the things, we're saying this is collective action. Now members must learn to know. When I'm raising on a point of procedure, you sit down. When I'm raising on a point of this, you sit down. That is what it means. So we must learn to break on the brakes so that we go slowly on certain issues.
Honorable, please, you don't debate using procedure. You submit on critical issues. Like now, you're submitting well without procedure.
So let me submit in the way I normally submit. Right, Honorable Speaker. I know that this country is all over watching Parliament right now. And people are concerned about what is going on. We have ambulances that move on waters. They also depend on what? The monies we are talking about, most likely. Some people are going to lose lives because of what is happening. Others have already been buried, and buried on credit. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I think, yes, it is time for us to take really things. Yes, it is time for us to take things so seriously. So seriously. When the merger between REA, when there was a transition from REA to Ministry of Energy, over 500 billion shillings was moved. When that money was moved, I can tell you there was a lot of work which was left undone. But up to today, we have many members of parliament here who are not satisfied about what happened with that money which was moved. Over 571 billion. The work which was done in 2017, around that, wires going here, going there, no transformers, no connection, no what, this one missing, the other one missing, the other one going, this one coming. Information.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, what our Honorable colleague is submitting on is a very critical matter. It is our bloodline as members of parliament. If you have no wire moving in your constituency, you are going to pay by your back. Right, Honorable Speaker, as we speak, REA is being headed by a commissioner, is called Engineer Atwine Abdu. His budget, current budget, is 3 billion. 3 billion in the mathematics of this country to send wires into any place. Those are just 15 kilometers. 15 kilometers is what the commissioner is having. for all of you, honorable colleagues.
That's beautiful information. Thank you. So, Right Honorable Speaker, you can imagine the extent of the damage created. The people of Ministry of Energy needed to be supported, but we don't know how this money was transported between REA and the ministry. What did they use? A fusolore? A bus? A minibus? A taxi? What? So we are worried about that. So I am concerned about what we used to call in this laws the transitional clauses. Transitional in that you take charge of the obligations that the person was taking charge of. You take
Thank you.
In terms of assets and liabilities.
Honorable Sire, please. Yeah, no. Yeah, but you have been allocating yourself time, which is not good. Honorable Ayeku, you see, even had time to donate. But how do they bury people on credit? You know. Honorable Ayeku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is with concern that even if we have these issues going on, but the most critical is that some of these contractors that were contracted by UNDRA have even abandoned work. And when you find that, for example, there are roads that are really with high voltage, like the population of people that use it, the number of accidents that have been recorded. Like just the other day, I was checking with the traffic flow of that Serere Road. And there is a particular place which is very dangerous, Right Honorable Speaker. But the contractor, when called, he said, but now, even we cannot proceed. Now, this is what we are dealing with. And besides that, I also want to back my colleagues on REA. Right Honorable Speaker, in one of my villages, actually in the constituency, they put poles, mapped it, scoped it, but the poles were removed. And they were removed by the contractor and taken away. Now, you know this season is a very dangerous season, Right Honorable Speaker. We must agree the truth. If it was beginning of term, we would go a little bit on the carpet. But now it is a critical matter that needs to be discussed. And really, to help us also as members of Parliament, we are now at a century where power is relevant for every activity. We must not be having parishes, sub-counties that don't have electricity. It is not possible now. Right Honorable Speaker, I think you should come and help us in this issue. I thank you.
Now, Honorable colleagues, we are going into the budgeting period, okay? You had Honorable Tinka Simire telling you. I think I saw in the Corrigenda, they've added 35 billion. But the budget for this financial year is 55 billion against a budget which was in REA of around $1 trillion. By the way, to be honest, let me just be honest. Since the closure, the transfer of REA, they have never done any project in my area, and I hear our colleagues crying. But I think, honorable colleagues, when we followed the issue of savings, we never followed the issue of budgets. Because I don't expect Honorable Nankabirwa to sell her goats and come to do electricity lines in your constituency. So that brings us to the question of how do we budget? And where we are lamenting, Honorable Yanyima told us. Honorable Yanyima several times, he warned us. So that's why you saw him blaming everyone else apart from himself. he did his part. Honorable Ngso, let's close this. Honorable Ngso.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to congratulate you. What I see happened was that as we were busy here in Parliament discussing RAPEX, what I would have expected the ministries to be doing is they should have been having their own engagement in the different ministries to see how they will receive and how they will implement the programs that the different entities were doing. I think the ministries just sat and waited, and their eyes probably could have been on the money that will be going back to them, other than putting
the different programs over a time frame, so that as the programs come from the different entities into the ministries, there would be seamless transfer of activities the other side. Unfortunately, that did not happen. But again, Right Honorable Speaker, you are right. We are not going to cry and completely blame them. It's now our problem that we need to solve, because we agreed. We agreed, so it is our problem that we need to solve. Only that I have said we need to learn from it, because you never know, something similar can happen. It may not be RAPEX, but a situation that requires, as the other side is discussing, this side is also discussing how they prepare to take on. That is what I implore you to keep doing. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Ruchiga, I know I need some ladies, you know, and then Awol. Colleagues, it's a week for women. And they are our women, so let's give them. So I can see some of you are claiming to be women via WOPA. So I would also allow the chairperson of WOPA. Yes, Ruchiga. And then.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to add a voice to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker. I heard Honorable Felix addressing you as the President. Congratulations, Mr. President. We are happy for you and we are so proud of you.
No,
Right Honorable.
Please, you qualify, President of where? You need to qualify your statement.
CP, Right Honorable Speaker. ACP. We are so proud of you anyway, the Right Honorable Speaker. I also wanted to talk about the issue of REA, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a big challenge. It's really for you maybe to come in. We come up with a strategy. Majority of us, we are suffering, Right Honorable Speaker. Since REA pulled out, we have projects that were ongoing. We are on standstill. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a sub-county in Rwamchuchu, where we have a CD school, Right Honorable Speaker. We've had computers for the last 4 years. The computers are not being used because we have no electricity. I thank the Honorable Minister, Nankabirwa. She's visited my district several times. Health Center 4, we do not have electricity. It is a serious issue, Right Honorable Speaker, and it needs to be really addressed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Guru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also would like to congratulate you on the successful election to the president of, is it?
ACP.
ACP-EU. Okay, ACP. Congratulations on behalf of the Gulu City people. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an eye-opener to all of us. When some people resist, a lot of other people just want to say yes for the sake of yes. Now it is biting. So we must learn. The eyes have opened. In the RAPEX, a lot of us said, please, let's go slow. And now, this one, when we say some other people are being buried on credit, it's because when they are being buried, or sometime when they commit suicide, they totally have nothing. Or when they are sick, they are taken to hospital with when there is nothing to help them. So, we are learning the hard way. Let us do the right thing for the people of Uganda. And let us always prepare when we want change. There were people who are very, very happy with the RAPEX. But some of us said, no, when we decided to have these entities, what did we want to cure? And when we decide now to put them off, Like energy. Last week, I was with the Minister of Energy. I even asked him, I said, please, for us cities, not to have, is it electricity in other parts of...
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I wanted us to limit ourselves to the terminal benefits and severance pay. Okay? Yes. Honorable Pendi, then
Thank
Honorable
you.
Okot Amos.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's extremely unfortunate that we are now moving in this way, and yet we are aware that we have deaths of even former employees whose services were terminated when government decided to do away with the agencies that they owned at that time. And Right Honorable Speaker, maybe I'll raise this tomorrow. We have people like employees of the former Nile. No. The Posta Uganda and all that, Tororo Cement, Uganda Cement Industries, Uganda Railways. The list is long. They have never been paid. Now we are getting into another challenge of RAPEX. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance is here. When you read the statement by the Minister of Public Service, he's pushing the blame to the Minister of Finance. It is the Minister of Finance that issued the certificates of financial implications. And it is shocking, Right Honorable Speaker, to read the statement by the Minister of Public Service, if I can just mention one. Most institutions have not finalized the calculations for payment of pension, gratuity, severance packages for deserving staff. How did you come up with the certificate of financial implication without these computations? I thought these computations were made, and it was the basis on which you issued the certificates of financial implications and told us this agency, this is what we shall, that this is the cost and the money is available. So, Right Honorable Speaker, when you read, Right Honorable Speaker, when you read further, they are saying the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is supposed to fast-track the process of revoting of budgets and funds for the receiving entities. How long does this take, Right Honorable Speaker? I thought we are now not moving on caterpillars, but this is a digital era. How long does it take you to revote? We passed the money here. You actually called us and quickly, Right Honorable Speaker, pushed us, this can't wait. We need to revote the money to the ministries from these entities. How long does it take you as Minister of Finance? Why are we looking for opponents, pushing opponents to us? They should go for these ministers. Actually, each of these people who has, yes, all those who have lost their jobs should target these constituencies of the ministers. Because you are now the problem. And you assured us that government is going to save so much. I actually said there is no saving. Now you can see where we are heading. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the delays in constituting the governance structure, these are things that should have been done much earlier before we actually went into even rationalizing. So how long does it take you now, Minister of Public Service, to constitute the governance structures? So, Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I think I am not happy, and next time really, as a Parliament, we had accepted some and said these ones should wait. We were pushed into accepting all of them. We all sinned together. Can you save us as executive? Because you led us into sin. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Okot Amos, and then Honorable Max Ochai, and then Honorable Baba, then Honorable Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week on the floor of Parliament, when this matter was raised, it was stated here that some members have already been, they have started paying the former staff of those agencies. But today, the minister, when we demanded that bring the names of those people, bring the names of those people. Many of these former staff of those agencies, they were following. They started calling us. And even they were very straight to us, said that these people are lying. Let them produce the names of the people that have started receiving the money. Today it is very clear that all this time we were taking things for granted. We have not been so serious. And these are Ugandans who have been working. And some of them are young people. And they've been doing work. This is not the way we should be appreciating them. If you can appreciate them to the extent that they cannot even send their children, and others, they were on a loans. The loans are on their neck. The bankers want them to pay the money. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to not only demand, but to direct the executive. If anything, we should stop Parliament until when they pay these people. Yes. Why should we sit here? Part of the country, they are lamenting. We rather say, let us stop until you get the money and pay these people. Should I move the motion? Because we are the one carrying the burden. Motion. Mr. Speaker, you say this is the time. You say this is the period we are going in for budgeting. But some few weeks ago, we had been considering budget framework papers. And you know, that is the basis where normally we derive our budget from. And now the minister have been saying they need supplementary budget. He mentioned that about 1.2 trillion, if I read him well, immediately when he said the thing was removed from the overhead. As Parliament, we should not wait. If anything, we should constitute and ask for supplementary budget immediately. If the money that we have given them the warrant to move the money to the mother ministry, they cannot fulfill and finish all the work. To me,
thank you.
We should not.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, I think you need to bring us back into where you had, where you've reached. You bring us up to speed. Because I heard you saying the minister has released the money. Okay? So, just on that issue. Because the minister said the minister has released the money.
Right Honourable Speaker.
For this specific issue.
Right Honourable Speaker. Yes, I can understand the anguish and the pain that the honourable members are expressing. I do. I understand. I am very sensitive. I'm also a human being like you. But I'm also an ex-official member of Parliament, and I have a place where I come from where some of these agencies have been working. I understand. And actually, I commiserate and I sympathize. I take deeply all these concerns. Yes, you recall that the exercise took some time. It was very complicated. We moved, I think, in a circuitous way. However, it was a determined course to ensure that we accomplish this RAPEX. And with you all, we accomplished this RAPEX program. You know, first batch, second batch, and so on up to where we are. Right Honourable Speaker, the whole exercise had, first of all, to sort out who is going to go and who is going to remain, the job descriptions, and the departments that are going to be there. All that was accomplished. Now, the next thing was payment, which is of great concern to us. Yes, the payments, unfortunately, for some of these agencies delayed. They delayed, with the exception, I think, of REA and Planning Authority. The others delayed. However, all is not dark. All is not lost. As I said, as I was coming in here, I get communication from the Ministry of Finance. Because you don't pay with the cowrie shells, you pay with money. When the money is there, then it is paid and everybody is okay. I would like, the Ministry of Finance has finally released all the money that we require to pay and settle compensation for all these people who are concerned, of the agencies whose laws were passed and assented to. Now what remains is for each individual vote, to make the calculations and pay off. All I can say is that as soon as this is available to them, or which has actually been availed to them, they will start the process. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to lay, with your permission,
that's what I wanted to.
This letter from the Ministry of Finance, now really setting our hearts to rest.
So you can read the title.
The title is Supplementary Expenditure Schedule Number 2 for financial year 2024-25 for institutions affected under the Rationalization of Government Agencies and Public Expenditures RAPEX reform. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Now,
and please, I appeal to you. Let's look at this matter quite rationally, and let's help our colleagues who are suffering under this to overcome this problem. I beg to lay.
No, I just have, I need a clarification from the Minister, okay? Minister for Finance, that has this been released under 3% or it's for prior approval? Because he has said it's a supplementary. You can have a copy, Honourable Minister, if you need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think you are the one who presided over the supplementary schedule, which moved money
schedule 2
from the votes which had been wound up to the votes of the ministries which received these entities. Subsequent to the decision of Parliament, which you communicated to us in writing, we communicated to agencies that funds have now been moved. What that means, the budget is available for these entities to begin spending accordingly. And the minister has confirmed that this has been done. So the issue is not about the budgets which were existing then. The budgets were not corrupted. The monies remained, and these monies can be accessed by various ministries for spending on the affected activities. So we don't want to say the ferries have no fuel now. Mr. Speaker, that issue has been resolved. We don't want to hear that there is no money for road maintenance now. That issue has been resolved. Because the Ministry of Works, both works and the monies which were existing under road fund, is now funds available for spending. Yes, clarification.
No, just before that, let's make it easy, Honorable colleagues. I think it's important to know what is in this letter. Okay? 26 February 2025, accounting officers. Supplementary expenditure schedule number 2 for financial 2024-2025 for institutions affected under the RAPEX. Parliament approved supplementary budget schedule 2 for financial 2024-2025, totaling to shillings 1.243 trillion for institutions receiving the rationalized functions. This is to enable implementation of revised structures, new mandates and functions as summarized in the table below. Recurrent, 296 billion. Development, 940 billion. Statutory, 7 billion. Total, 124.3 trillion. The purpose of this letter, therefore, is to forward you the resolution of Parliament and request you to initiate the supplementary allocation on the program budgeting system and provide revised work plans. Now, honorable colleagues, here the source of funding was very clear. The budget lines were very clear. So we transferred budgets which we had allocated to those agencies, now transferred to the new votes. So now money is available. Now, what is very important is to put to task the different ministries, the different agencies, to ensure that they start executing their plans with the available money. Okay? I think that guides us. But the minister had given you clarification.
Yes.
The minister had
Right
offered
Honorable,
clarification.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want a clarification from the minister. Because the letter that you have laid is not a warrant. Those are not IPFs. So for us to be here and we are communicating to the beneficiaries that money has been released when we have simply a transfer of the votes, I want to know from you, when are you releasing money? When are you warranting? Is that the same? What you have read, is it a warrant? We just want to know. I want clarification.
Right Honorable Speaker, there's new information coming from my back that there's an instruction from the PSST to the ministries that don't spend this money until told to do so. Can you also clarify on that? That the money, don't spend it until you have been told to do so. You can help me to confirm or deny.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, when we communicate availability of funds, the implication of this letter means is that the accounting officer now starts the process of accessing the money. What is the process? First, release, which this letter is communicating. Second process, warrant. By who? By the accounting officer now providing a breakdown. Third step is invoice and we pay. So the process is on. Can I be, this letter was of last week.
26th of February.
This letter was 26th of February. So that means the process in between, if the accounting officer is effective, by today, the votes have the money to spend.
Though the ministry, the Minister of Public Service has a stamp. The stamp was showing 3rd of February.
Yes.
Then they crossed with a pen and wrote on top March.
No, Mr. Speaker, to allay the fears of colleagues, is that unless there are other matters over and above what we presented here, the 1.2 trillion, all the activities which are budgeted for under the 1.2 trillion will be catered for. However, some accounting officers are indisciplined. When they get this money, they want to put in other activities. Also this one, the responsible MDAs, we have asked them, we have advised them to check that. Ensure that this money is used for the intended purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Alop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the two ministers. But, Mr. Speaker, through to the honorable members, there is saying money is available, but the affected person's children are not at school now. I don't know where we are getting that. Secondly, I love Honorable Mururi Mukasa very much, Mr. Speaker. You see, whenever these ministers are talking, look at their demeanor, and we'll get what is true and what is not correct. He said money is not cowrie shells. Can only give money if money is available. Secondly, you see, in Australia, Mr. Speaker, there's a hunting system where hunters go with a certain kind of stick called a boomerang. So when you throw that boomerang to get a bird and you don't get it, the boomerang comes back to you. Here we are with the boomerang getting back to us. Let us see, if you look at what Honorable Mukasa wrote in this statement he has given Mr. Speaker, I have taken a keen interest. Look at page 15 of this statement. He gives you key issues and challenges on RAPEX and the mitigating measures. Out of all these challenges, they show that there is no money. But once the debate comes hot, you see a letter comes in to give defenses. Defenses. I myself, honorable members, I can give you the telephone number of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works. Call him individually. I have called him several times for Karungu roads. He says he has no money, even when the districts are willing to give him machines. He says, you wait for another 3 months before I get money to work on your roads. But even if I give you money, to be just patching up the holes and the roads will continue. And here we are being assured of money with that. Look at the minority reports we gave as the opposition. Because there is time to go to heaven. Just a minute, 1 minute. Okay, let me take it.
Thank you, Honorable Sewungu, for giving way. The acting rope. Mr. Speaker, included in the 1.2 trillion was 953 million under UNRWA. 953 billion under UNRWA. Now, when you say that the accounting officer, PS Ministry of Works, is telling you that there is no money, when the figures are here, they don't lie. Between us and you, who is right? Because I want to believe that this accounting officer you are quoting, you are probably misquoting him, because the accounting officer knows, can confirm that 953 billion was transferred from UNRWA to his vote, and an amount which I can confirm was transferred from Uganda Road Fund to also his vote. So,
Honorable Minister, thank you, Honorable Minister, for the information. Both of you sit in the cabinet. When this statement was coming on our being uploaded in our system, you met him, you were together. That's why you have a letter from finance being brought by him, not you. That is him. But remember, there's time to go to heaven. And God is going to ask you, what did you what did Sewungu say this time? I will say, I told the Minister of Finance that ABCD was wrong. Then God will ask you, did you believe what he said? Yes, he was correct, but I had the fear. Me, I will eat supper at the right hand of the Father, and you will miss that meal in the same place. Mr. Speaker, what we want to say here, before RAPEX, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, before RAPEX, this money was there. You were paying these staffs. They were getting their pension. What happened after going through RAPEX? Already, when you go to page, because you gave us this document, Mr. Speaker, there is an attachment, page 65. Institutions which were submitted under batch 2 and their adverts are out for candidates to apply. Everything is ongoing. There is no either whether they have been taken or they are going. Let me give you an example. Uganda Higher Loan Financing Board.
But Honorable Sewungu, colleagues, I don't know. Because we are going to rotate on this issue, Okay, and we will never finish. We have a lot of complaints on RAPEX.
Can I conclude, Mr. Speaker?
No, but the issue we are having here on the order paper, okay, is to do with settlement of terminal benefits and severance pay of former employees of public entities affected by the government policy of rationalization. Now the question is, was it budgeted? So if it was budgeted, is it part of the money that we provided under supplementary? Okay? No, listen, under supplementary. And if it is part of the money which was provided under supplementary, money has been released. A release has been made. So what are we debating? Because a release, I know the process is not yet complete of entities receiving money. So that's what I need to understand. No, let the minister guide us on Seungu. Let the minister guide us. Because I don't want us to continue with complaints when we can get clear and confirmed guidance.
Mr. Speaker, you have just simplified our debate. That do we have all the money to cater for, it is called what? Severance? And the other terminal benefits.
Yes, and terminal benefits.
Was it budgeted? Mr. Speaker, here we want to look at the numbers properly. Because at the time of budgeting, this was not an issue. The issue was wage and non-wage for the entities, which were later on affected. Now what that means, we are no longer paying wages to these staff. We need now to convert these wages into the terminal benefits. The question whether this is sufficient or not, I needed to check. If it's not sufficient, for instance, I know for sure under UNRWA, there is an additional requirement. The money provided, the money available is not enough to cater for all these. I cannot clarify when I still, let me make my point. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask for 2 days. Then I come back to the House with proper numbers on what is available and what is not available. I think this is a better answer, Mr. Speaker, and a better way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, that was my prayer also. And as we get his prayer, Mr. Speaker, you see, whatever we are saying is unanswered. And he says money is available. We as members, we are going to hear from our people whether they have got money within the next 2 days. And nothing else. And the Honourable Minister is not hearing my prayer, because within 2 days, and what you have stated, we are expecting these people getting money because they are having their children. They are being sent out of their houses they are renting. They have challenges. And that's what I was praying, Mr. Speaker. We are all in agreement, but we want to hear from members, not bring more complaints about the same, because you brought this RAPEX in a good spirit, though it was about a big battle here, as you saw it. Mr. Speaker, I pray.
Thank you. Next item. I'm sorry, colleagues, I had picked. I think the minister has guided us very well. Let's be patient. On Tuesday, we come back here. Thank you.
Item number 5 on the order paper, laying of papers.
Let's finish this, Honourable Minister.
Half-year macroeconomic fiscal performance report, financial year 2024-2025.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay on the table the half-year macroeconomic and fiscal performance report for financial year 2024-2025. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The report is referred to Budget Committee for processing and reporting back. Honourable Puga, you had a procedure matter?
Item 5.2.
No, just wait. Oh, sorry. Let's first finish. Let's finish laying of papers.
Same annual budget performance report for financial year 2024-2025, volumes 1, 2, and 3.
Honourable Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the semi-annual budget performance report for financial year for 2025, Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. I beg to lay on table, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The reports are referred to the Committee on Budget in line with Rule 173 for processing and reporting back. So, Honorable Semju, Honorable Mpuga, sorry.
Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry, not trying to break back. I was still under Rule 52 because I wanted it to adjoin the debate.
But we had concluded the debate.
That's why I moved procedurally, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, because RAPEX was a bit bungled, there are still issues which government needs to guide the public. To wit, RARE, UNRA, and other entities, including UMEME, still possess or were rationalized with private property, people's land titles. And many members of the public, private persons, are stranded as to where to go. When they go to former RARE, former UNRA, they say, we are closed. Where do we go? We do not know. Will you instruct the minister or government to guide either through a circular the public where they can go and access their property that were in the possession of these entities, such that the public is not stranded like the ministers seem not to be know where they are. So that is also
Minister,
handled.
will I have your attention? Honourable Minister, I would need you to respond to this.
Yes,
So
Right Honourable
I need
Speaker.
your attention.
So that the public does not think we are equally guilty. Like I think we are not as guilty as the government, because there's no collective guilt in Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker. It's only under executive. In the Parliament, you can object to an issue. That's why there are several modes of voting, which does not happen in the cabinet. So will the minister or the government clarify to the public, via either a circular or any other framework, to where they can go, where they need help? For example, UNRA was owing lots of money under compensation over various road projects, and the individuals do not know where to go. Right Honourable Speaker, I seek your guidance or an instruction to the government to move over that matter. I thank you.
Thank you. I think that's straightforward. It's good for the public to know where they would go. So, Honourable Minister of Public Service, since you are in charge, I think meet with your colleagues and you see how best you can inform the public about how they can acquire the services which were mainly still pending, like people who are demanding money, people who had their titles and all that. Honourable colleagues, I really beg you, let's go on.
Most obliged. I think guidance will be provided now that we have seen light at the end of the tunnel.
We are glad the minister has seen light. Why do you choose him? No, he has seen light, so yeah. Thank you. That's the issue.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think the public is eagerly waiting for a report on implementation of the RAPEX. For example, there were claims of savings to be made out of all these processes. I think it is very, very important you urge the minister to bring a report on implementation of RAPEX, so that we're able to track the progress in all the key performance indicators. Because
Honorable, this report has those details. Please have it uploaded, okay? The report has 4 parts: status of the implementation of RAPEX, the impact of RAPEX on former staff of agencies affected by RAPEX, the absorption process of the former employees of the agencies affected by RAPEX, and D, the status of payment of terminal benefits to the affected staff by RAPEX. So for committees, colleagues, on 15th of March, we are receiving ministerial policy by 15th of March. I hope, Honourable Minister, I don't know if some are ready. I need to know accounting officers whose ministerial policy statements are ready. In fact, clerk, you could check for me those which are ready, because the minister did his part, finance did his part. We need to start receiving.
If I could just give you information, NFLO has not been signed.
Yes, please. Just let's. We've done our part, and now we are going into the budgeting process. Okay, we are going into the budgeting process. So, ministerial policy statements are coming. I urge chairpersons of committees to pick interest in this report. Chairpersons of committees, pick interest in this statement of Honorable Mruri Mukasa. It's detailed. It has a lot of details, and then use it when you're processing ministerial policy statements to ensure everything is aligned. Next.
Item number 6 on the order paper, bill second reading, the contract farming bill 2023.
Honorable Ganika.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Contract Farming Bill 2023 be read a second time.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Augon, Honorable Sewugo, Honorable Lilian, Haji Isa, Honorable Mudimi, Honorable Sarah, Saro Pendi, Mitiana, Honorable Joyce Bagara, Honorable Beta Hall, DP Whip, Honorable Nebanda, and many members, Honorable Maui, Muuma, Honorable Milton Muuma, Chegegwa, woman MP. I hope I'm not out of order.
Right Honorable Speaker. When we bring the bills here, we do expect the government to be in support of it. I have looked at the front page that represents the executive. No one has stood to second. Is it my understanding that the government is not supporting this bill? So it's in the order for the executive to keep quiet as if they don't support this bill? Are they in order?
Thank you. I've on several occasions seen some ministers not standing up on even government bills. Because when they are here, they are members of parliament. So I will not force a member of parliament, to come and support a bill. But honorable colleagues, on this one, what I want us to do is to receive the committee report, okay? So that I give you time, you go, you read through. Because I don't think it would be right for you to receive a report now and then we go on committee stage and conclude when it's such a wrong and new bill, not an amendment, but a new bill. So I want to give you some little time to go and read through. Yes, even betting, I'm trying to see how we manage time. I had wanted us to debate, so let's see the time. But I had wanted that on the journal to be with us when we are debating. So, Honorable, would you want to justify your motion? To speak to your motion, sorry?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this bill entitled the Contract Farming Bill 2023 is a bill for farmers, and the farmers of Uganda have been waiting for this bill. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest challenge to agriculture in this country, which supports over 70% of the people of Uganda, and all of us know that the majority of our population, around 74% of our people, they're in the countryside. And all of us know, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda for long has been known as an agricultural country. And agriculture has supported the economy of Uganda. 23.7% of our GDP is from agriculture. 45% of our export earnings are from agriculture. The challenge to agriculture is the markets and the fluctuating price. Farmers go to produce both crop and animals without a sure price. An example is the maize crop that which all of you know. Farmers go to produce when a kilogram of maize is 1,500, at one time 2,000. By the time they harvest, the maize, a kilogram of maize is 200, is 300. That fluctuation in price, actually diving of the prices in agricultural commodities, has not only discouraged our farmers, but also it has impoverished our populations. This bill, therefore, seeks to cure the challenge of the fluctuating prices and guarantee better price for our farmers. This bill seeks to address the sale of future agricultural produce at mutually agreed price. You go to produce after you have agreed with the buyer that this is the price that I will produce for you. So you are guaranteed. There is no question of saying now there's a lot of produce on the market. No. If you agree for a kilogram of rice that I'm going to produce it for you at 4,000, then when I produce and hand over, it must be at 4,000. This will guarantee life to the farmers. This bill also seeks to address the issue of farm services. Most of our farmers, they have land and they have the energy to produce, but they don't have inputs. This bill seeks to put a legal framework so that when a farmer lacks inputs and can get them from a buyer, they can work out a contract. You give me the inputs, when I sell my produce, you discount. But it must be in an arranged, agreed legal framework. That's what this bill seeks to address. This bill also seeks to consolidate parcels of land and aquaculture establishments in a single land unit for commercial agriculture. All of us know that Uganda, the average land size is 2.5 acres. That's the production unit. You cannot do serious farming on those small plots. This bill seeks to come up with a legal framework on how we can aggregate land, but without losing your ownership. You don't lose the ownership, but we can work together so that we benefit from the economies of scale. We also benefit from the experiences of individual farmers, but also it helps the farmer to access markets because you are going to produce in volume. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that's what this bill is about. There are so many laws in Uganda.
Honorable, now you've gone into the work of the committee. Yours was a simple justification of the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that's what this bill is about. And this bill, right, Honorable Speaker, as I have said, the people of Uganda across the entire country has been and they are waiting for this bill so that agriculture becomes a meaningful business to give our people a meaningful livelihood. I so submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. So, Honorable Committee Chair, this is a very good background. You can start from 5.0. And then, because we are going to read it, on the Hansard we shall capture the whole report. So let's use 15 minutes maximum.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the committee and the minutes of the committee meetings. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to present the report of the Committee of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Contract Farming Bill 2023. And because of the time, I would just like to go through a bit of the introduction and we move straight to recommendations. The Contract Farming Bill 2023 was read for the first time on 31st April 2024 and referred to the
did
committee.
you hear my guidance? I told you to start from 5.0 because all this, we have it on record. Just 5.0. That's page 8.
Yes, I'm moving there. Yes.
That is committee observations and recommendations.
Yeah. Observation. Page what? Page 8. I was moving to 28, that's why. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Committee Observation and Recommendations. Justification for the Contract Farming Bill. Contract Farming Bill in Uganda has been in existence for some time, has a means of organizing commercial agricultural production for both large-scale and smallholder farmers. Currently, contract farming is used as one of the promising frameworks for the delivery of price incentives, technology, and other agricultural inputs among smallholder farmers by private farms, multinational companies, and international aid and lending agencies. While the motive behind contract farming may vary by actors, it is a fact that contract farming is crucial in the commercialization of smallholder agriculture and hence poverty reduction in Uganda. In Uganda, contract farming has been traditionally restricted to plantation crops, sugarcane, tea, tobacco, and currently oil palm, where outgrowers have been supplementing production of large processing agribusiness farms. However, today, contract farming has been embraced by cereal farmers. Many other agribusinesses and farms have some cooperative unions, have also extended contracts to smallholder farmers to ensure a continuous supply of critical inputs. And the use of contract farming has spread to other agricultural commodities, namely cotton, sunflower, maize, sorghum, coffee, sesame, oilseeds, rice, honey, dairy products, beef, and poultry. Some of these contract farming schemes have been credited for playing a key role in increasing the profitability of crop and animal farming and reducing marketing risk. While the committee was processing the bill, it faced the following preliminary questions that required disposition before going to the specific of the bills. 1. Whether there is need for a specific legal framework on contract farming. 2. Whether the bill satisfies all legal requirements needed to process a private member's bill, namely A certificate of financial implication, B, consultation with Attorney General and affected government ministries, departments, or agency for technical assistance before introducing the bill. We move straight to get the response to these questions, whether there is need for a specific legal framework on contract farming. The committee had an interaction with a number of stakeholders who either appeared personally or sent in their memoranda on the bill. The farmers indicated that they have been exploited by big dealers in the industry who forced them to sign agreements they have not read and later on discover that this agreement favor the buyers. They added that the buyers charged a high price for farm inputs, include other costs the farmer never agreed to, and changed the cost of farm inputs into loans, attracting huge interest. The stakeholders further contended that when prices fall, the buyers refuse to take the agricultural produce. In addition, sometimes farmers are affected by adverse weather conditions, which are beyond their control, yet the buyers are only interested in recovery of their investment. The buyers indicated, on the other hand, that some of the farmers are dishonest and do not even honor their contractual obligations. That in most cases, farmers are supplied with farm inputs, and at the time of harvest, they sell their produces to other people. They also contend that it is not easy to fix prices since agricultural prices fluctuate from seasons to season. They further contend that there are farmers who are so negligent that they fail to attend to their farms, making the buyers to lose their investments. The committee, therefore, was concerned and sought to find out whether these challenges are already addressed by other laws in the country. The committee studied the Contract Act and Sale of Goods and Supply of Services Act. When we observed and analyzed the Contract Act, the purpose of the Contract Act, Cap 284, can be deduced from the memorandum of its bill. The Contract Bill 2008 whose purpose was to codify the principle of common law and case law in Uganda in regard to socio-economic needs and values of the people of Uganda. The Act covers the ingredients of a contract like offer, acceptance, communication, and contingent contracts that are subject to the happenings of a certain event in the future. The Contract Act Cap 284 is general in nature and focuses on finished goods and services. The Contract Farming Bill is a unique legislation that specifically handles the arrangement between the farmers and the buyers of the agricultural produce for farmers to grow or rear animals for future transactions. By clearly spelling out the roles and obligation of each party to the agreement till their objective is achieved. Both parties, the farmer and the buyer, move together in this journey of producing the desired agricultural produce. This arrangement is not covered at all by the Contract Act. We went ahead to the Sales of Goods and Supply of Services Act. The committee studied the Sale of Goods and Services and Supply of Services Act and appreciated that whereas the Act covers future goods and contract farming, deals in supplying and purchasing of agricultural produce in future, the law does not envisage that the buyer is part and parcel of the journey to produce the agricultural produce. The Act envisages the farmer on his own producing the agricultural produce and supplying the buyer. In this arrangement, the buyer is at the tail end waiting for ready agricultural produce for delivery, whereas the Contract Farming Bill deals with the relationship that brings together the farmer and the buyer to be part of the journey to realize the desired goal. Contract farming is a unique arrangement that requires a specific legislation. The same way public procurement and disposal of public assets is unique and would not fit under the Sales of Goods and Supply of Services Act. We also went ahead on the Tobacco Control and Marketing Act. In 2015, tobacco farmers in the district of Kanungu, Chibale, Kakumiro, and West Nile petitioned Parliament against Continental Tobacco Uganda Limited for failure to pay farmers who supplied tobacco leaves worth 5 billion, which was sold to the company. And instead of being the farmers, the company technical officers opted to confiscate. Instead of paying the farmers, the company technical officers opted to confiscate the contract books from farmers. The Tobacco Control and Marketing Act does not regulate farmers' relationship with suppliers under contract farming. The Act regulates supply of seeds just for quality assurance, harvesting and marketing, stroke sales. And the Act does not deal with the contractual relationship with the supplier of the seeds, rather provides the seeds quality assurance to be followed while procuring the seeds. From the Act and the statutory instrument issued under the same Act, government had a big role to ensure seeds planted are of given standards. It was easier for government to control the value chain. This is no longer the case. The statutory instrument under the same Act does not clarify on the obligation of each party to the agreement, neither does it take care of what happens when there are acts of God. It does not further envisage different interests vested in the land and how they may affect enforcement of sponsorship agreement. The law and regulations do not provide for dispute resolutions and the role of local government in settling the disputes. We went ahead to Sugar Act. Over the last 10 years, the sugar industry has been expanding production by 20% per annum. The boom has been legitimized through narratives of poverty eradication and prosperity for all Ugandans. Since much of the cane supply for this expansion comes from the outgrower farmers, who are currently supplying about 50% of the total cane required by the major sugar factories. The outgrowers and smallholder farmers, to sustain the supply of sugar canes, required financial support and technical expertise to improve their farm in order to enter commercial farming in the aftermath of state removal from the provision of agricultural services and inputs under the marketing boards and cooperative system. Thus, the sugar corporations end up having contracts with the suppliers to provide the farm inputs, as farmers shall supply canes at the time of harvest. However, there are complaints between the farmers and the buyers of sugar canes over exploitation, corruption, mistreatment, missed payments, sparking into friction between sugarcane outgrowers and the sugar corporations. There were complaints from farmers in Oima, Masindi, Mayuge, and Jinja. Whereas the Sugar Act under Section 24 provides sugar agreements between the outgrowers, the smallholder farmers, and
Honorable Chair, this is the law which is already before the House.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it's already on committee.
Right,
stage.
Honorable Speaker.
So let's go straight to 5.2 committee observations and recommendations. Because we are going into uncharted waters.
Okay.
Where rules don't allow us.
Yeah, thank you so much. Right, Honorable Speaker. We move to the committee observation and recommendation on key provision of the bill. Nomenclature. The committee observes that Clause 2 of the bill defines key terms used in the bill. However, some terms need to be revised in order to give them the actual meaning under the Act. Other terms are introduced as the review of the bill requires introduction of other clauses with terms for purposes of clarity and ease of application. The committee recommends that the definitions of key terms used in the bill be amended appropriately and other relevant ones be introduced. Application of the Act. Clause 1 of the bill deals with the circumstances where the Act shall apply. Subclause 1 provides circumstances that will be covered by the bill. The circumstances enlisted in subclause 1 are basically the ingredients of contract farming. For instance, A, inclusion of carbon credit harvest in the bill. The committee noted that currently there is a general trend of farmers dealing in tree planting and afforestation and agroforestry, where beyond the forestry products from trees, farmers are engaged in sale of carbon credits from trees under their acreage of land as they preserve the environment. Carbon credits are what the company purchases in order to offset its unavoidable emissions. A carbon credit represents a reduction of 1 metric ton of greenhouse gas emissions, which can be bought and sold on carbon markets. A carbon market allows investors and corporations to trade both carbon credits and carbon offsets simultaneously. This mitigates the environmental crisis while also creating new market opportunities. Carbon credit business needs to be adapted to better meet the potential of smallholder farmers whose farming practices provide essential carbon sequestration, but are often not compensated fairly. The country's smallholder farmers who are engaged in agroforestry producing some carbon credits that are floating without any monetary consideration can be helped through carbon financing. Carbon finance can help to provide upfront into farms that can produce new sources of income, grow timber, fruits, nuts, fuelwood, to help to adapt farms to climate change by increasing shade, moisture retention, soil fertility, or provide an additional cash income stream from carbon sequestration. For agribusinesses facilitating this investment, carbon finance presents the prospect of a revenue stream that can fund deeper and more consistent farmer support, reducing competitive pressure on private extension services and unlocking shared value in the smallholder supply base. The committee recommends that Clause 1, Paragraph 1 of the bill be amended to include an agreement involving tree planting for carbon credit harvest. B, exclusion clause. Clause 1 further provides for the exclusion clause to the production and marketing of leaf tobacco under the Tobacco Control and Marketing Act, and the growing of sugarcane under the Sugar Act. The clause further excludes the application of the financing of farming activities by financing institutions of Tier 4 microfinance institutions or money lenders. Whereas the committee agrees with the mover of the bill that this law should not apply to the financing of farming activities by financial institutions of Tier 4 microfinance institutions or money lenders, the committee had reservation on the general exclusion of this law to the production of tobacco leaf and sugarcane under contract farming. The committee was concerned as to whether A, tobacco farmers under contract farming are well covered by the Tobacco Control and Marketing Act. The committee noted that tobacco contract farmers have suffered like any other cash crop farmers do and face challenges like tobacco pests, diseases, processing and marketing of their produce, exorbitant prices for farm inputs like seeds, fertilizers, chemicals, and even firewood to preserve the leaf under contract farming agreements, delayed payments, low prices, and poor tobacco leaves grading system that is contrary to what they agreed upon during contractual formation. The scrutiny of Tobacco Control and Marketing Act indicates that the Act envisaged the government shall remain in control of seed development, provide extension services, and had the lint that they were buying the produce before liberalization of the economy. Today, tobacco seeds are sold in the open market and supplied by different stakeholders. The committee further noted that Tobacco Control and Marketing Act does not regulate farmers' relationship with suppliers of seeds and farm inputs under contract farming. The Act regulates the licenses of dealers of seeds just for quality assurance, harvesting and marketing or sales. Therefore, the relationship between farmers and the suppliers of the farm inputs, including seeds under contract farming, remains unregulated. The committee recommends that Clause 1, Paragraph 2, be amended to take care of production of leaf tobacco under contract farming and leave the licensing process of dealers in tobacco leaf to the Tobacco Control and Marketing Act. B, sugarcane growers under contract farming.
We have a bid on that.
Yes.
So please, let's leave that.
We are moving to 523, ownership of land. Clause 3 of the bill refers to different landowners and persons with user rights in land to come together to form a block unit for purposes of conducting block farming through an agreement. Block farming is a model that brings together segmented parcels of land into one block unit to undertake commercial agriculture. The committee noted that Clause 3 mixes land ownership, that is generally known in other land laws, with land use, whereas in many circumstances, the landowners are at the same time the users of the same parcels of land. In other circumstances, there are those with only user rights limited to their agreement with landowners. It will be erroneous to mix the two. The committee further notes that whereas the land user, who is not the landowner, may have a right to join the block farming, such right should only be exercised with the consent of the landowner. The committee recommends that, therefore, that Clause 3 be amended to distinguish between landowners and those with user rights, and a consequential amendment to the bill be effected accordingly. Farming agreement. The committee notes that at the core element of contract farming is the agreement that the farmer and the buyer will participate in part and the whole production chain, and the buyer will purchase what has been produced at an agreed price. This partnership may involve supplying farm inputs, providing advisory services, and at times monetary advances. This arrangement is so far not regulated by any legal framework. Whereas both parties agree in advance on the terms and conditions for the production by the farmer and the purchase by the buyer, the challenges usually come with honoring the agreement and unfairness in the agreement. The committee therefore observed that Clause 14 needs to be amended and they close all the gaps that are likely to be the source of dispute, especially price, quantity, quality, and time of delivery. The committee recommends that Clause 14 be amended. The other area we made observation was on provision of quality standard and timely farm inputs. Whereas the bill in the agreement provides for clauses relating to the agreement for a buyer to provide farm services, the bill does not require such farm services to be meeting the set standard, the desired quantity and timely provision of the services. Some stakeholders complained that buyers do not supply the required quality inputs at the right time. This affects the farmer's production in terms of quality and quantity. Whereas parties have agreed that the buyer shall provide farm inputs, there is a need to obligate the buyer to provide quality inputs on time. The committee recommends that Clause 14 of the bill be amended to provide for the buyer to provide farm services that meet the standards and delivered on time. 526, risk management in agrobusinesses. In Uganda, agriculture is dependent on nature, which is prone to vagaries and climate change. This makes agribusiness a high-risk venture that poses uncertainty and losses to both farmers and the buyers. There is need for agricultural insurance to protect the players in this sector. The committee notes that the bill does not cover insurance of agricultural production. Such insurance can be done individually by either the farmer, the buyer, or jointly. The committee recommends that the bill be amended to provide for insurance for agribusiness. The next is dispute resolution mechanism. The committee noted that, like any other business, disputes are likely to occur between farmers and the buyers. A block farming committee and the buyer, or among members of the block unit, the bill does not provide for mechanism of solving such dispute amicably without going through the conventional court system. The committee further noted that the court of first instance in case of dispute are local council administration and later the commercial officers and production officer in each district. The committee was further informed that the appropriate technical officers to handle such agricultural dispute are the district commercial officers and production officers, yet these offices are administrative and are not created by law. The committee further noted that to avoid dispute, the local government needs to witness the execution of such agreement and keep records of such commercial transaction. It is better if the responsible district officers keep track of what is happening in the district, and therefore the parties to such agreement should deposit copies of their agreement with the chief administrative officer for further management. Recommendation: the committee recommends the bill to be amended to provide for A, the local council one where the block farming or contract farming is taking place to be witnesses to the agreement. B, the chief administrative officer where such transactions are taking place to keep records of block farming agreement and contract farming executed within his or her area. C, the chief administrative officer with support from the commercial and production officers shall arbitrate the dispute arising from such agreement. D, the arbitration process is not a bar to a party's right to seek redress from court. Right Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to state that wherever the report makes reference to any of the following laws, the proper citation in accordance with the 7th revised edition of the Principal Laws of Uganda is as follows. 1, the Tobacco Control and Marketing Act, Cap 44. 2, the Sugar Act, Cap 42. 3, the Sale of Goods and Supply of Services Act, Cap 292. And I thereby report that this should be modified accordingly. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee, having been persuaded by the vital role the legal framework plays in poverty eradication and ensuring farmers engage in commercial agriculture, we recommend that the bill entitled the Contract Farming Bill 2023 be enacted with the proposed amendments. I beg to report.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the committee for the good work. Honorable colleagues, I'll appoint a date next week for debate and conclusion of this. Please read through the report, consult, so that we can have an enriched debate and handling of the bill at committee stage. We shall complete the process next week. Next item.
Item number 7 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the petition by Uganda tea farmers.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry, allow me join the rest of Parliament in congratulating you for the new position of service. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, in the spirit of delegation and showcasing of capacities of the members of our committee, we've delegated one of our able members, Honorable Edakasi Alfred, who will be presenting this report on behalf of the committee. And without further ado, I yield the floor to him.
Thank you, Honorable Edakas. And I'll be guiding you on areas to jump, because we don't need to read the whole report. But it will be captured on the Hansard. And well done, Honorable Ganika. Yes, on your bill. Yes, Honorable Dakas.
Mr. Speaker, let me join the rest of the honorable members here to congratulate you on your new position. And I read through your response after that election. I was truly honored to have voted. The options have to serve 2 terms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That
Mr.
has
Speaker,
been seconded by Honorable Saropend. So.
Thank my chairs for giving me opportunity, and indeed an honor to present a report to the House. My maiden report, I think. Mr. Speaker, sir, I start by laying the minutes and the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, it's a short report, so I will try and go through it. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, during the sitting of the House on Thursday, 26 September 2024, the Honorable Mbwate Kamwa Gafa, Member of Parliament representing Igara County West, tabled the petition on behalf of Uganda tea farmers. In accordance with Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure, the petition to the Committee of Tourism, Trade, Industry for scrutiny. The committee now reports. Uganda tea industry, once a leading traditional export commodity and foreign exchange earner, is facing unprecedented challenges. The sector, which has a mainstay of the country's economy since its introduction for commercial production around 1925 to 1930, is struggling to stay afloat. The crisis triggered by the Russia-Ukraine war in February 2022 has led to a global economic shock, depressing the demand for tea and causing prices to plummet. In Rwenzori area, to be in particular, tea farmers have been protesting against the absurd low prices, with some even cutting down their tea bushes to replace them with bananas. The situation is dire, with the average price of Uganda tea in Mombasa auction market falling sharply from around $2 per kilogram of made tea to less than $1 per kilogram, below the production cost. Locally, the green leaf price has declined by over 50%, from 600 Uganda shillings to 200 Uganda shillings per kilogram, with some farmers fetching as low as 140 shillings per kilo. Despite efforts by government to revitalize the industry, including the provision of subsidized fertilizers and allocation of shillings 126 billion as working capital for tea processing factories, progress has been limited. The industry's decline has resulted in tea slipping from its position as leading traditional export commodity after coffee. According to the export statistics from Bank of Uganda, monthly export revenue from tea declined from $7.4 million in 2018 to $5 million in 2024, with non-traditional export items now surpassing tea in terms of export revenue. With the recent decline, members in tea sales at Mombasa Tea Auction 2024, Uganda's tea farmers are grappling with low gate prices for green leaf tea, forcing them to sell their produce below cost price. This has led to a vicious circle of inferior quality, low prices, and economical operations, causing many farmers to abandon or uproot their tea plantations for banana plantations. The decline of the tea industry would result in the loss of over 100,000 jobs, primarily in tea factories, but also along the value chain, including tea pluckers, plantation laborers, suppliers, transporters, and others. Furthermore, the economic collapse of business centers established around tea factories would have a devastating impact on local communities. The livelihoods of at least 60,000 farmers involved in tea production would be lost, and 49,000 hectares of land under tea would be rendered unproductive. The cost of uprooting tea from this land would be prohibitively expensive. Perhaps most significantly, tea would cease to be a vital export revenue earner, displacing it from its long-standing position as the second largest traditional export commodity. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I'll skip the petition, and I'll also skip the methodology and ask members to view those.
The prayers are critical. For a petition, the prayers are always critical because they guide us in debate and the resolution we are going to.
With your guidance, Mr. Speaker, I'll go through them very fast. The petitioners prayed that one, government subsidizes fertilizers to tea growers by 75% in the first season, followed by 50% in the second season, and 25% in the third season, respectively. For a self-sustaining fertilizer financing mechanism, with the total cost being Uganda shillings 43.05 billion. Two, government capitalizes a fertilizer revolving fund for tea outgrowers totaling to 69.7 billion. Three, that UNBS be directed by Parliament to develop an affordable tea green leaf standard. And four, government concludes on formulation of comprehensive tea policy and implementation strategy. Five, Parliament directs Uganda Microfinance Support Center to put aside Uganda shilling 31.5 billion for financing tea outgrowers operations, excluding fertilizer finance. And six, government rejuvenates interventions aimed at carrying the country's aggregate shortage in processing capacities as earlier evaluated. Seven, government finances support and incentives to tea processing factories to replace aged machinery and upgrade technologies to increase value of farmers' green leaf. And eight, government supports investment into product diversification and marketing of new tea products. Nine, government creates and guarantees markets for farmers to sell green leaf. 10, government supports cottage tea processing units to supplement big factories. 11, government provides pruning grant of UGX 5 billion to supporting pruning of 30% of tea outgrowers' gardens. And 12, government provides electricity to tea processing factories at USD 5% per kilowatt, as is done in other industrial parks. And 13, government effectively intervenes to recover Uganda's tea industry out of the crisis. Like I said before, 4 is methodology, and we have outlined the different people and groups that we interacted with, including the stakeholders in Kenya. Observation and recommendations. Performance of Uganda's tea on the international market. The committee observed that the performance of Uganda's tea at the international market through the Mombasa tea auction is affected by various factors, including one, the quality of Uganda's tea. The committee established that the sale of Uganda's tea at the international market is at Mombasa Tea Auction, which is the largest tea auction center in the world. The tea is sold through an online auction system, which is open to all trading parties. The prices are determined based on quality and not a country of origin. All teas compete at the same level, and the prices are determined on the quality of tea. The committee provided a table there, and you can see that Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Tanzania. On that table, you can actually see that countries like Rwanda, not even Kenya, with few tea growers, fetch the highest price based on that online transaction and sampling that is done there at the auction. The committee was informed that the quality of tea is established through sampling process, and it is through this process that the quality of tea, of Uganda's tea, has been proved to be very poor and therefore not competitive at the international market compared to other teas on the market, like we saw on that schedule. The committee learned that from the study conducted by Economic Policy Research in Uganda, that teas are classified and priced based on quality such as strength, aroma, liquor, and appearance. Whereas most Kenyan teas are classified as medium to best, most Uganda's teas are classified as plainers. This directly speaks to the price, where the better quality Kenyan tea and other countries, as you saw, attract higher prices than the poorer quality teas. The committee discovered that the poorer quality teas, for instance, from Uganda, are popularly referred to as price reducers, as opposed to premium brand teas, for instance, those from Rwanda, which attract internationally competitive prices. The committee observed that the number of factors that are responsible for tea poor quality include the following. 1, lack of an affordable quality fertilizer on the markets. The lack of affordable quality fertilizer directly affects the quality of tea picked from the farm to the producer. The committee noted, for instance, that Kenya government subsidizes fertilizers for farmers by about 30%, making it affordable and accessible to tea farmers, which improves the quality of the Kenyan tea at the market. 2, Uganda's tea sector lacks a regulatory framework. The sector neither has a policy nor a law to regulate it, Mr. Speaker. There is therefore no center for quality input, coordination, or statistical controls. The Uganda tea sector is exposed. The farmers and producers regulate the conduct of business in the sector. Compared to coffee, whose national policy was approved in 2013, to guide the operations of coffee subsector, annual coffee volumes have grown by about 72% in Uganda, and the value has increased by over 160% over the past 8 years, since 2016, while tea earnings have increased by 17% and volumes by 38% over the same period of time. Mr. Speaker, I've provided a table there to show you these statistics and just to show you how coffee is doing well because it's under regulation. The committee noted that Kenya, on the other hand, has a Tea Act, which provides for Kenya Tea Board, which regulates the development of the tea industry. In addition, in Kenya, Kenya Tea Development Agency oversees 800,000 farmers through trainings right from the farm care, picking the right leaves, handling, transportation, storage, processing, as well as ensuring that farmers have access to fertilizers to ensure quality of the tea. Consequently, KTDA attracts high prices at the Mombasa auction, as already indicated, as you probably saw. The next table you see there shows you KTDA tea versus Rwanda tea. What you see as EOR is east of the Rift Valley. In other words, the teas that are being grown east of the Rift Valley, and WOR is the teas that are grown west part of the Rift Valley. And this is the description of what the committee provided for you in terms of appreciating the 800,000 farmers and how they are playing on the tea auction. 3, machine harvest, especially for the big tea producers, as opposed to the traditional hand harvest of tea by the small outgrowers. The best quality tea is that which is picked from the 2 leaves and a bud. And I hope members do understand that. Just the bud and only the 2 leaves. Just for your information, our current biggest producer of tea actually uses machine harvest, and is the biggest producer and also the biggest exporter. I think it is, I don't know if we should say that here. No. but they are the biggest producer. You can research. Machine harvest in most cases, though cheaper, is indiscriminate in the leaves harvested, leading to poor quality tea. It was noted by committee that Uganda farmers were not keen on the tea and the 2 leaves and a bud standard, and therefore should focus on quality of tea as opposed to the quality to fetch better prices on the auction. The other issue that contributes to low quality is poor post-harvest handling of tea. Due to the lack of regulation and sensitization, many farmers and producers transport tea on heavily loaded trucks without proper ventilation, leading to withering of the leaves before they are processed. which results into poor quality tea. The best quality tea is that which is processed from freshly maintained leaves. The other, Mr. Speaker, is the high cost and unreliability of electricity for tea factories, which forces producers to opt for diesel generators. The unreliability of electricity slows down the production process, which rolling cost of electricity increases production cost, ultimately increasing the price of practices on tea growing, tea varieties, and post-harvest handling of tea. For instance, the orthodox tea variety, which is used in countries like India and is produced using traditional or rather orthodox methods involving plucking, withering, rolling, oxidation, fermentation, and drying. This is better quality tea and attracts better prices on international markets compared to the CTC method, which Uganda predominantly uses. CTC is curl, tear, and cut as a way of production. So if you compare it with the orthodox method, where you pluck the leaves, the two leaves, two and a bud, you wither them very well. They are rolled and oxidated, they are fermented, and then they are dried. The big producers, because of use of machinery, don't pay attention to that, and therefore spoils the quality of the tea. Recommendations, honorable members. MAIF expedites the development of tea policy to regulate the quality of a country's tea within 6 months of the adoption of this report, in order to improve the quality and incomes earned by farmers, as well as reserves with higher tea foreign exchange earnings. In the meantime, MAIF should sensitize and train tea farmers on best practices to enhance the quality of their tea exports. Mr. Speaker and members, 2 is heavy reliance on export market. Foreign export market. The committee was informed that Pakistan is one of the world's largest importers of the tea sold at the Mombasa Tea Auction in Kenya, accounting for over 40% of Kenya tea's exports. Domestically, tea is a popular beverage in Pakistan, where chai is part of its daily life, resulting in high per capita consumption. The committee, however, observed that whereas Pakistan is the largest importer of the teas from the Mombasa Tea Auction, where it buys those teas, it does not domestically consume all the tea. It re-exports some of the tea, often in blended forms, to other countries. Pakistan's tea re-export activities are part of her broader tea trade strategy, with Pakistani companies blending and repackaging the tea with other varieties to serve different markets, particularly in the Middle East and Central Asia. The strong tea culture, combined with re-exporting practices, support Pakistan's large imports and the Mombasa tea market, which affects Uganda's power to negotiate for favorable prices with the biggest buyer of the tea, who inevitably dictates the prices for which it buys the tea. We provided you with a diagram there, just showing you how much Pakistan gets out of that auction and how it dominates the market, and how that eventually pushes the Ugandan tea from competing in that market. The other is limited domestic tea market. The committee observed that Uganda exports over 90% of its tea through Mombasa Tea Auction, which is partly attributed to the poor domestic tea consumption culture in Uganda for our locally produced teas, and the minimal value addition within the tea industry, as well as the high prices of quality local teas on the market, which limits accessibility for the average Ugandan tea. Just for your information, Uganda is per capita consumption of tea is about 0.4 if you compare to other countries that are consuming over 3.14 kilograms, that also affects, because we're exporting 90%. And when that 90% is bashed out of the market, it puts it down.
Switch on, Honorable. Switch on. And I'm really loving your explanation, but it's outside the report. And here you're not presenting any of your views, only views of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I confess that this was my maiden report, but I do hear you. Comparison is made to India, where Tea Board of India indicates that domestic consumption is 83% of all tea produced in the country. Recommendations. The committee recommends that government should invest in diversifying the tea market to reduce overdependence on foreign markets by, for instance, investing in value addition, product diversification like beer, soap, oils, venturing into other markets like Sudan, crushed teakal, the CTC black tea. Therefore, government should consider investing in research for production of other varieties like orthodox and green teas, which fetches better prices on the international tea market. Government should leverage on platforms like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to expand Uganda's intra-Africa trade on tea. Government should invest in promotion of tea consumption in the country to boost domestic consumption. Government should invest in research, development, and promotion of various local tea types and blends. 3, tea barriers. The committee noted that whereas Uganda tea through the Mombasa tea auction is mostly for export, it is not treated like other teas. The tea pays VAT, it pays custom bond of 2.5% paid at the border, and it pays warehouse bond. The committee noted that the imposition and expiration of these bonds before the tea is released to the buyer is an added cost and takes time, which delays the transactional time for Uganda's tea, while teas from countries like Kenya is zero-rated and easily traded and exported by buyers. The Value Added Tax Act of Kenya has Kenya tea for export or auction as a zero-rated commodity. The committee further noted that the Mombasa County in Kenya has introduced an agricultural process cess, which covers all teas destined for Mombasa at the rate of Kenya shilling 7,000 per truck of 7 tons and above. This poses an extra charge on the Ugandan teas. Recommendations. The committee recommends that government should ensure tea for export is a zero-rated good, which should encourage local consumption of tea. This reduces the quantities at the auction and may in turn drive the auction prices up. That government should engage in bilateral agreements with Kenya government to address tea barriers. Government should support infrastructure development, including railways, connectivity with Kenya, which would considerably reduce the related costs of logistics. That government should standardize power tariffs at USD 5 cents per kilowatt to tea factories, as it is done to other industrial parks, to reduce the cost of production and ultimately the cost of tea on the local market to enhance domestic consumption. Government should increase its participation and that of the Uganda tea stakeholders in the EATTA activities and other stakeholder engagements to ensure visibility and competitiveness of Ugandan tea. Government should invest in marketing and blending of Uganda teas as Uganda tea. The Ministry of Trade should offer a certificate of origin for Uganda tea to give it tax-free access to other international markets besides the market provided by the Mombasa auction. This would provide a viable alternative market for Uganda tea. Currently, there is only an East African certificate of origin, which is used by the East African countries and does not give Uganda a competitive edge on the international markets. Review tax regimes on tea packaging materials to encourage value addition reduce cost of tea, and encourage increased domestic consumption. For global tea production trends, the committee observed that the relationship between the overall tea production and consumption at the global level directly affects Uganda's tea pricing at Mombasa Tea Auction. Global tea production in 2023 stood at 6.604 billion kilograms against 6.482 billion kilograms in 2022, an increase of 1.88%. Global consumption stood at 6.212 billion kilograms from 6.233 billion kilograms in 2022, resulting in a decline of 0.34% in consumption. This therefore means global tea production has outstripped consumption, therefore affecting the global tea prices. Tea prices at the Mombasa Tea Auction are affected by market forces of demand and supply. I'll skip two paragraphs and move to, in February 2024 auction, the high-priced Uganda tea from Kisoro Tea Company was sold at $0.92 US, while the average price for all Uganda teas was 0.7 per kilogram, reflecting a decline in comparison to the October 2022 prices, where Uganda tea averaged 1.46 and 3.0 per kilogram. This direct correlation between the global tea production and consumption rates directly affects the Uganda tea prices, since 90% of Uganda's teas is sold in the export through the Mombasa auction. This directly translates into the country's foreign exchange earnings, and at the current quality, the country has been earning a third of what would have been realized annually. And again, the graph there shows you the volumes and the value in dollars since 2013. And you can see the impact. This is sourced from Bank of Uganda. Committee recommends government through MAIF urgently addresses the issue of quality of tea exports, since the country is a price taker and has no control over global tea prices. Number 5, observation 5, government's intention to revive Uganda tea industry. The committee was informed by Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries that Cabinet under Minute 336 CT 2024 resolved to address the issue that affected Uganda's tea industry. The Minister further informed the committee of the Interministerial Committee that the Right Honourable Prime Minister constituted, which comprised of a Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, representatives of National Planning Authority and tea farmers, to discuss and harmonize how government could effectively address challenges in the tea industry. The committee observed government's undertakings to establish a fertilizer revolving fund to tea farmers with a 50% component as government contribution and 50% as farmers' contribution, covering 2 seasons. The committee was informed by Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries that it will be the responsibility of the ministry to manage the fund. The committee recommends that the government fast-tracks the establishment of fertilizer revolving fund to enable farmers access affordable fertilizer. 6, financing model. The committee was informed by Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries that Cabinet resolved to establish a stabilization fund attainable at the agricultural credit facility to ease credit accessibility to enable tea farmers remain in business. The committee was informed by the minister that government intended to waive license fees to tea factories that would be enrolled in tea export processing zones. The committee therefore recommends that government fast-tracks the establishment of a stabilization fund attainable at the agricultural credit facility to ease credit accessibility to enable tea factories remain in business, for instance, through technological upgrades. That government should offer tea value chain financing, excluding fertilizer financing, to reduce farmers' reliance on processing factories to provide financing for primary production. Government through UDC invests in partnerships should, I beg your pardon, government through UDC investment partners should increase support to cottage tea processing units. Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Speaker and members, as I conclude, the instructions by this August House, by the instructions of this August House, the committee considered the tea petition, and it emerged that Uganda does not have a policy and regulatory framework which has impacted negatively the quality of tea produced in the country. The committee, therefore, seeks government agency in responding to the petition in order to restore farmers' confidence, attract investment in the sector, and promote sustainable growth of the tea sector. I beg to report.
Thank you. We're done with the maiden report. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable colleagues, this is an issue I have been following up with seriously. I want to report that I had an interaction with the head of state over it, because the people who are affected, like in my constituency, people started uprooting the tea. I don't know areas which had started like Zombo, the challenges, and so he promised that immediately after his tours, which is soon, he's going to call a meeting of all tea stakeholders. That is representatives of farmers, factory owners, and policy makers, so that we can have a meeting and we discuss this issue deeply. So I hope this report will also enrich his discussion and preparations when he's coming to meet the tea farmers. So let us have just a short debate over it. It's an issue which the executive is taking up seriously, and then we conclude on it. So, procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with you that this is a matter we need to find solutions to. The tea farmers have cried over and again, and in the report, a number of very useful ministries have been highlighted. For example, the Ministry of Trade. We would like to understand what role they are playing in relation to accessing the Africa continental market, which is available. We have Ministry of Agriculture that should show us what research they are doing, and all those ministries are not there. So I don't know, if we move without these people, shall we not get the useful input we should have got to help us debate and find lasting solution to this matter? I just thought I'm seeking indulgence.
No, thank you, Honorable. Well, their input is extremely critical, but you see, the final the final issues to do with this will be the executive. So whether they are here or not, they will not run away from it. It will find them wherever they will be. Okay, so I think let's conclude our part, and then and they appeared before the committee and gave their input. Isn't it, Honorable Edakas? Yeah. So we shall ensure indeed it is implemented. So no, government is present here. Honorable Seungo, no, government is very present here.
Speaker, I was signaling the two to see who is going to report to the other minister.
We have a senior minister here,
so
who's standing in for the
one I'm going to interface
business
with on this matter. Yes, then that's clear on our record.
You can say Honorable Seungo has enjoyed being acting rope. He even wants clearly know whom he will shoot. Yes. So I'll start with Honorable Martin Muzari, Honorable Dr. Bwanika, Honorable Batua, and then I come this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And let's be brief on this.
Yeah. Right Honorable Speaker, it's good that the Honorable Mloli Mkasa is the one here. as the official representative of government now. Honorable Mululi Mukasa, I want to tell you that when the RAPEX exercise was here, our complaint was that most of these products that are under the Ministry of Agriculture have not been managed well. So we are worried to take their other products. Now you can see what is happening in the tea industry. And another one is coming tomorrow, the issue of sugarcane. Right, Honorable Speaker, I hope you will give me the platform tomorrow. All these things, in the Ministry of Agriculture, there is a big problem. Tea is almost dying. Very soon, sugarcane will also die. And many other. Cotton has also been taken over now by the ministry. 5 years to come, we shall not see cotton here in Uganda. And coffee. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as a committee, we visited actually Mombasa.
Are you a member of the committee?
No. Kosase. Okay. So when we visited, we were able to look at these stores in Mombasa. And what we could see, and the stories were being told, in our own stores. Of course, foreigners are the one running those stores, but of course paying us rent. But our tea is only bought to be mixed with other brands from other countries. That's the only way it can get market. So imagine if there are no other brands from other countries to be mixed with ours, it means our product would not get any market. This is what we are complaining about. As government, you've not given enough attention to these products that we have. You don't want to invest in agriculture. You're not investing in sugarcane, but you want to put their embargoes and cartels. You want to put taxes there. You enjoy taxes, but you don't want to invest there. It is pain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to comment on two issues, the one of quality and its impact. Last year, the average price at the auction for Uganda's tea was 300,713 Ugandan shillings. For Kenyan tea, it was 7,800. For Rwanda tea, it was 12,225. And the differences, that is per kilo, the differences is just quality, the issue of quality. Right Honorable, we cannot ensure quality without an agency of government that regulates quality for the tea. We have suggested several here that the government, the executive, should expedite the formation of the Food and Veterinary Drug Agency so that we can put all these beverages, all these foods into that agency so that we can assure quality. We are losing a lot of money when you see the differences. It is the same crop. The issue is quality. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, about the fertilizers. It is not only tea that needs fertilizers. We need fertilizers across the board. And it has affected our productivity and our profitability for the farmers of Uganda. My proposal is that we come up with a fertilizer bank where every other producer can go, not only for tea. You go, thank you, sir. You go in and request for fertilizers, and then you are discounted when you harvest. That is a proper way. That's how we are going to improve our production. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me an opportunity to react on this report that is addressing a petition from the plummeting prices of tea Right Honorable Speaker, the report was very good. It properly elucidated the problem and enabled us to diagnose exactly what the problem is. And the problem is quality. And I'm here to address the recommendation because I found gaps in the recommendation. When the problem is quality, fertilizers, especially in the context that it has been addressed to us, fertilizers may not be the remedy. Right Honorable Speaker, I reflected on this problem with the mind we had in coffee, especially from the region I represent, where we were plucking coffee, both the ripe and the unripe. And when I got the point that our practice in plucking tea, the two leaves and the bud, which is recommended, for us we are plucking everything. And consequent to that, our tea is not tea, it's a diluent. We only get that product to actually dilute the real tea and be able to sell. We can't have a remedy right now of value chain financing, because that's not where the problem is. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the problem of quality is not happening in tea for the first time. It has happened in coffee, and in coffee we solved it using the Uganda Coffee Development Agency. In tea we do not have an equivalent. I was browsing the Uganda Tea Development Agency that I came to find is actually existing as an agency brought about by farmers in Igara and Kayonza, and it is manifesting as a limited company. We need to see government effort, especially the...
Thank you.
One minute.
No,
just
but you're on a microphone. Who has allowed you?
I'm suggesting that the UP...
Again, honorable colleagues, please.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker.
Please wait, honorable again. Please, honorable colleagues. Please, and please, don't allocate yourself time on a microphone. Okay? You don't switch on and then you start asking when you... that's not tolerable for me. Okay? Honorable again.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. My concerns deeply is on the issue of the quality of the tea. Now, when we look directly on the report that has just been given, we discover that our tea is the poorest. Number two, we also discover that we are bound to lose over 100 workers if the tea industry collapses. Over 100,000 workers if the industry collapses. What does it mean to the economy of this country? Loss of job mean loss of life, because people who have been earning money, they are not able to support their children at school. They are not able to support their livelihood, and that means the lives of the local people will be jeopardized. Not only that, the Right Honorable Speaker, now when we look at the farmers, over 60,000 farmers who have been involved in farming teas, and many of them have been contesting. They want to resort to farming bananas instead of tea. Now, this discourages the farmers who have interest in boosting the production in this country. So the government should be concerned about this. And I was also wondering, why is it the government are not taking the initiative to do assessment, regional assessment, to find out the level.
Conclude your point, Honorable David.
I was wondering why the government have not taken the initiative to assess, do an assessment to find out the quality of the tea produced in the country, as well as the prices, and at the same time take time to build the capacity of the farmers who are involved into tea factories, because government are getting income and taxes from the tea. So if we leave this not attended to, which means we are going to lose the revenue. At the same time, the farmers lose their jobs, which means the level of productivity is going to go down. And that will bring an effect to our economy. So I would interest the minister at this time to take the initiative. The ministry should be concerned in building the capacity of the farmer, be concerned in making sure the quality of the tea is actually the quality of the tea meet the standards of the world. And I think this will help us boost the production. I thank you.
Thank you. Dorcas, Achibu, Baba, Akamba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for this very good report. As part of the Committee of Agriculture, I would like to say that whatever is happening in most parts of the country, agriculture, not trade, really resonates with the recommendations this Committee of Trade has put in this report. For example, in Zombo and many other areas, the tea farmers are really uprooting the tea. And it is really sad to hear that they want to move from tea to bananas. Let me give an example of Zombo. The prices of bananas in Zombo was even equally very low. We could not even have where to put the bananas even if we had wanted to buy them. So that would just lead us into a vicious cycle of poverty. And I'd therefore like to request government, the minister here present, that indeed let government interest itself in supporting branding of tea. When we were in Zombo, we saw very nice branded tea. And I think if a lot more is done to improving what it is right now, making the quality better, and we begin from there, at least from what we already have, that would help us as a country to have Ugandan tea which we can be proud of and which farmers can also benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chibagina.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the presenter of the report. Today we are talking about tea. And already we know that tea was under the Ministry of Agriculture. And we added another burden of coffee to Ministry of Agriculture. As we discussed this report, however, I wished the ministers were here to hear our concerns about the falling prices of these crops we are talking about. As we talk about this tea, already Honorable Dorcas was talking about tea in Zumbo, and Nebi is a neighbor to Zumbo district. Tea was introduced, but as we talk now, tea plants have grown into very big trees, and farmers do not know what to do with the tea crop. And as we talk, of course, as a farmer, we know that Uganda as a country, the population is increasing. Food is to be eaten, and therefore the farmers, some are even opting to cut down the tea tree in order to plant the bananas like in Zumbo and also Nebi district. I therefore call upon the government, especially the ministry, before we talk about improving on the quality of the crops we have, we should do a research to ensure that we have the market where to sell our produce. Otherwise, the farmers are induced to certain crops. When they are ready, the market is not there, and it is killing our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the presenter of the report. Excellent report. Honourable Minister, the leader of government business now, the signals are very clear that we in government must begin to put priorities of the kind of agricultural produce which would pay attention to and invest money, and tea is one of them. I come from formerly a tobacco growing area, cotton growing area. But in my travels around this country, tea estates are some of the most beautiful sceneries in this country. How come we are producing poor quality tea, yet the sceneries are so beautiful? Honourable Minister, our tea is sold in the Mombasa auction. When it is exported, it's all exported as Kenyan tea. not even Ugandan tea anymore. What fights are we putting to make sure it is a Ugandan tea, hence the branding that people are asking for? The report talks about fertilizers. Honorable Pendi's area, Sukulu, has vast deposits of fertilizer there. We have been talking about it, phosphorus, since Kingdom Come. There is another mineral in Mbale area called the vermiculite. That mineral has the advantage of water retention in the soil. It would help a lot of crops around this country. What are we doing about it? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of value addition. We're establishing a number of industrial areas, industrial parks. None of them are using any of our raw material.
Conclude, Honorable Baba. Conclude. Just switch on.
You go to Mbali Industrial Park, there's not any single raw material input in those factories. I've been to Kapeka. The Chinese are sewing textile materials, they are sewing school bags, they are making shoes, all with imported materials. Nothing, even their tiles, Goodwill tiles. Those are no raw materials from us. Our local base, our agriculture, our country, the base is agriculture. All these investors who are attracting, their first priority should be agro-processing. And tea should be one of those key areas that can market this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kamba, Chair, Agriculture Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the committee for a very good report. Mr. Speaker, government needs to prioritize the issue of supporting the tea growers in post-harvest management. Because if quality is pertinent to having better prices over a product, an agricultural product that brings in foreign exchange, then we need to prioritize it. If we do not prioritize an agricultural produce that brings in foreign exchange, then what are we going to prioritize? Mr. Speaker, I also testified the fact that our tea is sold as Kenyan because I went to Mombasa myself and I witnessed this. Mr. Speaker, the issue of certificate of origin. This is a sovereign state. It has all the brains that can go and negotiate to ensure that Uganda gets a certificate of origin to be able to sell her products directly to the international market. What are we waiting for? Mr. Speaker, on the issue of fertilizers, we need quality fertilizers. The agricultural input that we get in this country, the quality are compromised. I don't know what UNBS is doing. Even when farmers try at their own to go and buy some of these inputs expensively, they get so disappointed about the quality. So my proposal is that government intervene. If we are to guarantee quality, let there be guarantee to the agricultural input right from the beginning, and then value addition. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time you've accorded to me.
Thank you, Honorable Kamba. Honorable Umarinda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to also join my colleagues, especially the committee that presented this report. They raised pertinent issues, and as a committee of agriculture, we would like to associate with their recommendations and the entire report. Right Honorable Speaker, the tea growers are in serious pain, as you have been hearing my colleagues talking of. And when we went to Zombo, because it was also a petition brought to this parliament, we found Zombo people crying that are being used to every day fly a plane to Zombo and take their tea to Ginger. This was so painful. It touched me. And I was asking myself, what are we doing? Our citizens are in pain as a country. We as leaders, we have to push this, especially the leader of government business here. Our farmers are frustrated. They are uprooting their tea. Yet tea spoils the soil. Now it means that those who have uprooted their tea will also not yield anything, because that soil is acidic. It will not support other crop growing. So I do join in another another submission and recommendation that government should support tea growers, and they should sensitize the tea growers and give them the knowledge on how to attain quality and quantity tea production. And these regulations of tea, as a committee, we have been asking, and I think, Right Honourable Speaker, your office should take a step on this, because we cannot move on without the regulations. It's very pertinent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Andrew Jok. Honourable Moses Ogwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'll submit on 2 areas only. We have talked so much about the issue of quality. I feel that the committee missed a golden opportunity, because if you look at UNBS is directly under the committee. And yet if you look at the assessors or the quality specialists at the different border points, there are only 10 in the country. That was a shocking revelation for us when we visited UNBS. So I wish the committee could put more in terms of budgeting to UNBS, because there are only 10 specialists who handle agro-inputs. Secondly, on the issue of policy, I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee on that issue of policy. We have, for example, in Omoro, we have 1 extension worker to 5,500 farmers. Now, if you look at quality, even just the training on what to do, at what time to do it, is very paramount. But if you have only 1 extension farmer who is not equipped, who is not trained to do anything, then there's nothing much can gain from that. So I want to remind the committee to add that. More importantly, Right Honourable Speaker, we deliberate almost every day. I want to request that you evoke Rule 222 on action taken reports. Every single day we deliberate, but we want to request the government to at least share action taken reports so that we're able to know what the government has done. Some of these issues are recurrent. We keep reminding government, but we need to evoke that rule. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Neighbor Gori.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I congratulate you, as everybody has done. Right Honourable Speaker, we have touched a lot of supply-related issues, which I will emphasize that we need quality and all those issues which will reduce the cost of production. But I want to interest the committee to appreciate the external market, particularly when you look at Kenya, and you have seen the biggest market is taking 42% is Pakistan. What I want to inform you is that Kenya negotiated a special agreement with Pakistan. They accepted their rice to come at a lower price, tariff, while also agreeing to take a lot of Kenya's tea. You have seen the market. So think about how to negotiate good markets and work on the supply side. Let's work on the variety which is being searched. You mentioned a certain variety which is from India or something like that. Let's work on that and use that whole process. And finally, attract those investors who can support. When we did this, the Dubai show, I heard that there are some investors who had come for tea to support the whole process. Let's work on to that and ensure that it moves. Thank you.
Now, honourable colleagues, I've kept quiet on this, but you talked about quality. If our tea is just to be used for mixing. I don't know how you will even negotiate with the country to take the tea, which is for the quality of mixing. Okay? Us who make kasese, who make this waraji, you know, my first trouser came from that kind of waraji. There's one we have, it's called juri. It's for mixing before you get the real waraji. So if you before you get this one which knocks you out, this one for mixing. There are those who produce that one for me. And now we have upgraded for us in Mitoma. We no longer produce this one you drink. We produce one we call science. That's the one we produce. This one is water and not our level. So you can see the quality. Oh, there is alcohol beer here. But anyway, I was trying to emphasize the issue of quality. I have a friend of mine. He's the owner of McDowell Tea. They are the sole suppliers of tea to the royal family in Britain. And they sell their tea to the royal family and Harrods only. Now, small garden. But the money he makes, and it's all about quality and history. And the moment you make quality, you're on the way to making history. There is even what they call white tea, okay? And people who know tea very well, because tea is mainly with British colonies, counties which were colonized by the British. You find a small bag of tea costing $1,000. Someone gave me a gift of tea, that one they don't declare to IGG, which was 8 years old, fermented in bamboo. But when you look at the history and you see the cost of it, and tea of $10,000 of what, now for us here, what we are making is really, really annoying. When you find a country in the neighborhood is getting ×3 of your price. This is not about only negotiating. You will only negotiate if you have good, right quality. If you don't have it, so the issue of quality, I think we should never underrate it in any way possible. I was going to pick Honorable Choma, then I pick Zombo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank
colleagues who have already submitted on other matters, I'm sorry. I'm not giving you a chance on this.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, you've rightly said it. I think even the Honourable Dr. Batua, when you study the whole report, the issue rotates around quality. Because you would, by the way, on the auction, there is nothing like negotiating with the buyer or what. All the coffee is put in lots, and the buyers will buy according to the quality per lot.
Or the tea.
Of tea. Because I visited the one of coffee in Nairobi. So, and I think in the background, the committee has made it clear. Government has put in efforts, has given subsidized fertilizers, has given money to those processing factories and everything. But still, the quality has remained poor, and that now our tea is called, is it Prena? On the auction center, Prena. We are the poorest in terms of...
We can call it mixer.
Mixer.
For mixing other...
So, Right Honourable Speaker, when you see the price of coffee falling from $2, sorry, thank you, Senior, of tea, falling down from $2 per kilo of tea to $1, and then less than $1, from 600 to less than 200, because of quality, all the attempts and measures should be focusing on ensuring quality. I want to thank you, Chairman, Honorable Edakas, in your conclusion. And
oh, you've agreed with him. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. First of all, I want to associate myself with the committee report and also the submission of the Chair of Agriculture, who physically came to Zombo. It is true Zombo had been growing tea, wheat, and barley in the 70s. And people had already that experience of growing tea. And it was booming at that time. Until 2014, when His Excellency the President was asked by the King that we need to revive the tea plantation. And it was appropriated for. But what happened was, up to now, the people of Zombo don't know how much money was used to revive the tea. We are still waiting for the report from the relevant government authorities. But what is important is the quality, because the major issue why the market is going down is on the quality. At that time, many farmers were discouraged because they planted tea, there was no factory. So Ministry of Trade decided to give a small machine for processing on small scale to Zombo Tea Farmers Cooperative. The machine was not installed. Up to now it is not installed. But we need to address the quality. And we have people in agriculture, people in trade. We have Uganda Export Promotion Board. We have Ministry of Agriculture. We have technical people. Why don't we address the issue of quality? Because if you look at the world, you see tea growers in Africa, for example, we start with Kenya, we come to Uganda, we go to Malawi, we go to Tanzania and Rwanda and so on. So we need to address that issue of quality and infrastructure around tea. So we need to look at the whole value chain, but the people of Zombo are waiting for accountability of how much money was used in the name of Zombo Tea Revival. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tumuzugu. Honorable Yargaba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are happy that the President is interested in this matter, and you communicated that this report is going to support the discussion concerning the tea sector. However, Mr. Speaker, for institutional memory, I want to remind this House that we made a report when I was a member of the Trade Committee in 10th Parliament. We went to Kenya, to Rwanda, and other neighboring countries which produce tea. And we discovered that the trick was one, harvesting 2 leaves and a bud. And we discovered that here in Uganda, we were harvesting all the leaves, including some soft branches. Meaning that the problem we have is just failure to harvest the 2 leaves and a bud. And if we do that, then we shall be good to go. We also suggested that we have an agency which would regulate tea. And under these circumstances, I think we need to look at any other way in the Ministry of Agriculture on how we can regulate tea and other products from agriculture. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, our problem is that one, the quality, and we need an agency that can regulate tea. Otherwise, Uganda can really shine. And even then, after auctioning our own tea in Uganda, we had suggested that we could auction tea in Uganda. Instead of taking it to Kenya, we could have, actually the Minister for Trade, Honorable Amelia Chambadi at that time, had promised that we would have our way of auctioning tea.
Thank you. Honorable Yargaba.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've really been itching for an opportunity to also join my colleagues in congratulating you for having scooped that very valuable position, and I congratulate you over and over again. Thank you. Number 2, of course, everybody knows. Number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, I have had an opportunity to talk to Honorable Biraro about tea. I am not a tea farmer, but I also know you come from a tea growing district. And all these things you are talking about, somehow you know why our tea continues to be going down every other time. Growing up, we were being told exactly what the previous speaker has just mentioned. We used to interact with people working in those tea growing areas. They were pluckers.
laborers in those areas. We grew up with amongst those people. They were Chiga going those places to labor in those plantations. And they used to tell us exactly what Honorable has just talked about. You pick 2 leaves and a bird. Today, that is not the case. Honorable Biraro did tell me that the only trick is on regulation. In Kenya, they have a regulator. In Rwanda, they have a regulator. All these countries you are talking about and giving out all sorts of platitudes, they have regulations. We don't have any. We are on zero in as far as regulation is concerned. Secondly, there is too much competition. You know very well, Right Honorable Speaker, that we've liberalized it a little bit too much. Very many people have come up with tea factories. The moment you reject a product from farm A, a competitor from...
Elder, conclude.
A competitor from factory C will be more than willing to take anything, hence spoiling even the little that we've already achieved. The moment we don't have a regulator, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, we are talking just like we are on a roundabout. Let's insist that government puts up a regulator and regulates this tea industry. We can go back to our history of being the best. We should be the best. Our soils are the best. Rwanda, Uganda soils, just more or less the same. Volcanic soils. Why is our tea not so good? Because of that, no regulation. I thank you.
Thank you. I can see Toro, because the tea is very, very critical.
Thank you, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you are going to Fort Portal, the only beautiful scenery you see as you are entering Fort Portal, these are tea plantations. And when you look at our region, all the development we have, it has been because of tea that we have in the region. And it is really disappointing to see that now our farmers in the Rwenzori region, they are planning to uproot these plantations to replace them with other crops that may be not giving us some good money. A question comes to my mind, the Right Honorable Speaker. What does the Ministry of Agriculture do in their meetings? When they sit in their meetings, what do they plan? I think it is time that now Parliament will come up seriously, because we don't have so many cash crops in Uganda. There are very few. And at times we ask ourselves, when we come here and deliberate and give instructions, when they sit in their technical planning meetings, what do they plan and what resolutions do they make? Just failure to carry out sensitization on this one small issue of tea or coffee so that our farmers can produce better results. I think as Parliament we need to come up and task the Ministry of Agriculture to raise strategies so that we have our tea revived. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the committee for the report. I want to dwell on the aspect of standards, especially now that the Minister of Public Service and the Minister from local government are present. The issue of standards cuts across ministries or MDAs. For the sake of agriculture, the extension workers, we have a few extension workers, but they are absent. If I could use a historical language, those days, the sick man of Europe, maybe one can refer to the Minister of Agriculture as the sick MDA in the country. I cannot see agriculture in my village since I grew up. They are not going to the farmers. The farmers are on their own. We have fake acaricides, we have fake seeds. There's no one regulating. It is not true that we need to form another MDA to regulate. but we just need to strengthen the existing institutions. If only the minister had been watching CNN, maybe he would invite Elon Musk to ask people to write emails what they have done in the last 3 days. What have the people in the Export Promotion Board been doing? Sometimes you look at delegations. For example, there was a delegation to Congo to negotiate trade. But the people who formed the part of that delegation, you could hardly see DRC. You could hardly see serious technical people who would Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you know you don't switch on for yourself. Honorable Kakande, Juliet, you wait until you get permission, you switch on.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm somehow frustrated. The report has revealed that consumption of tea here in Uganda is very low. But when you talk to those in the field of coffee, they say the same. So there is need to find out the type of beverage Ugandans consume.
We are among the best on alcohol. Yes, I think we've been winning.
Right, Honorable Speaker, when we consider the last prayer of the petitioners, whereby they called upon for government's intervention in the tea industry, it very well relates to the problems being found out by the committee as far as the causes of the poor quality production of coffee is concerned, of tea, poor quality tea is concerned. Right, Honorable Speaker, findings like a lack of the legislatory framework and the bilateral barriers between Uganda and Kenya, the ignorance of the farmers, they all need government's effort. What I would say is that the government needs to invest in research and try to find out how the quality of tea should be boosted. Let's take an example of finding out the varieties that can compete well on the market. There could even be some pesticides.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, unakaribishwa katika taarifa hii ya habari. Tunaleta taarifa hii moja kwa moja kutoka studio zetu mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano. Katika habari ya kwanza, waziri mkuu nchini Robina Nabanja